Roger out.
We copy, Light. Thank you.
GNC span on 4.
Span GNC.
Well, what did you think? Incredible.
Really great.
It's just undescribable, isn't it?
Yep. One GNC.
Go ahead.
We've seen 3 through 22 so far, and they've used about 6,000 propellant surge.
Okay, we're going to try one more. You gave him the pad, didn't you, Captain? Oh, yeah, FL. Why are you smiling at me?
We gave him the last pad.
Okay.
I'll believe that later.
Capcom flight, first thing you want to do, of course, is give Michael a status check of how his friends have done.
Roger.
FAO, EMU on Upper 2.
Flight guys.
Go ahead.
Okay, Father's preparing these block times for you, and we have the CSM vector out at the site. We've also prepared a CSM vector for the LGC. I think it would, if possible, we ought to uplink that here before it's too long.
Well, we can't do that till they get closed out.
I understand that, but I was telling you we should do that after we get all that.
Okay, guidance. You want Pooh and accept it for an uplink to the CSM as soon as we get acquisition, huh?
Affirmative.
Copy, Capcom.
Roger, and do we want to ask him if he's torqued to the new reps map we had in the last thing?
Yeah,
I can tell that flight.
You can tell that, okay?
Once I get data, I can tell.
Okay.
I'll be waiting for your call.
GNC proposal.
Propulsion GNC.
I'm sending up some estimates of what I think the flow rate and thrust might be based on performance and some span stuff. Just some good, hopeful, good guesses.
Okay, are these what you're using in your delta T curves now for burn time remaining?
Affirmative. That's what I plan to use. We're using the
on the weight predictions, we're using the dual bank number that was provided by SPAN for increased position, which is what we
Flight
expect to
RTC.
flying.
Go RTC. We're going to hand the limb over to Honeysuckle at 112 hours, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Absolutely incredible.
What does it happen? Check this.
Just there.
Yeah.
You still got the camera on. Still see him sitting out there.
Yeah, I know, but like I can hardly. Right now,
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Can you believe it?
Roger, Columbia on C Charlie, how do you read?
Roger, Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear on Omni Charlie. The crew of Tranquility Base is back inside their base, repressurized. They're in the process of doffing the plusses. Everything went beautifully. Over.
Yes, Columbia data, fine.
Hallelujah.
And we'd like to get Pooh and accept from you. We have a state vector uplink. And after that, we'd like you to realign your platform to the new refs mat that we sent up a rev or two ago. Over.
Yeah, we'll work till Tuesday morning.
All right, understand. You want a option one, do option one.
Noon, they looked off about noon.
Oh, I got this stuff on it too.
Flight data. Okay. But uplink inspection, we're going to wipe that out, so I recommend that we'll have to come right back and extend that uplink.
This is Apollo Control. Dr. Charles Berry reports the heart rates during this EVA period ranged from a low of 90 for both crewmen to a high of about 125 for Buzz Aldrin at peak periods and a high of 160 for Neil Armstrong at peak periods. That top reading coming during the time he was transferring the rock boxes into the LEM.
Oh, really?
Dr. Berry says the data they got indicates Neil was working very hard at that time.
Is he ready? He ready? My. Fantastic. Yeah, she's way there. 8.
Flight data.
Go.
Okay, both loads are on site now. Survey uplink.
Okay, Captain.
Well, I said yes.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're going to uplink you a new state vector, and then we'll send the refs mat up again, because sending the state vector up will wipe out the one that you have on board, and then you can do a C-52 option 1, over.
Get that?
Yeah, so I'm going to. I'll be in West Virginia. We'll break them in about noon.
Like that? Well, when I get back tomorrow night.
Flight data.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're kind of ready on communications with Columbia. Could we wait a little bit on that?
Tuesday night.
Well, is your data solid?
What's the matter?
It's low bit rate, but it's fairly solid, yes, sir.
Well, it's not going to get any better, is it, Ecom? Ecom flight?
Flight Ecom,
Yeah.
we're about between two Omnis, really.
Say again?
So we're about between two Omnis. And I won't.
You're not sure.
It probably won't get any better for a while, Flight.
You better have at it, guys, if you want him to do P-22 this time.
What else is new?
Nothing. Except I missed your day.
Oh, you did? Did you really? I got up at 12, turned the television on, and stayed in front of it until it was about 5 minutes before time. I've been watching it all day. Every minute of it. And it was better. It was worse than a soap opera. I cried 17 million times. Touchdown, and then they put the flag out really strong. And the touchdown was very good. I know, I said there was Chris Brinson. I just couldn't stand watching it. It was exciting. Alrighty.
Flight FAL.
Go ahead.
This is giving us this new RepNet thing. Messed up our tracking pad of the computer.
It is.
Roger.
It's just not a new one.
T2 will be good.
Well, it's not a new one, it's just replacing the same one.
Yeah, but it's different, isn't it?
Guidance flight?
Go ahead, Flight.
You're just reloading the same ref match you gave him earlier, aren't you?
That's right, but it's stored in the up-bus cells, and the vector would have wiped it out.
Oh, wait a minute, this is Capcom. That new refs map, the one you linked up before and one you're linking up again, is a change from what he's presently aligned to. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what he's presently aligned to, I believe, is what FAO had the P-22 pad computed on.
I'll just have him aligned after the P-22.
He just does alignment after P-22.
Yeah, okay.
T1 and T2 are still good, though. Fixing y'all would be...
Okay, Capcom, do you understand what you're telling
Roger, I understand.
FAO, Flight, meet me in my loop.
Capcom flight?
Go, Flight.
Can you tell anything from your data where he is in the checklist?
Negative, Flight. I know he's on the loop. He's on the LEM loop, but I reported that earlier.
Okay.
Flight guidance alert, is the computer here?
Roger, his computer, Capcom.
Capcom Flight
Columbia, this is Houston, do you read over? Okay, Columbia, we've completed the uplink. The computer is yours. You can go to block. However, we'd like you to hold off on the P-52 option 1 align until after you pass landing site 2. And we're requesting that you perform another P-22 and attempt to find the LEM this pass. I've got some numbers for you when you're ready to copy. Over. Roger, Columbia, P-22. Landmark ID is Lunar Module. Make that Tranquility Base. T1 112 2508. T2 112 3017. 4 nautical miles south. Time of closest approach 112 3152. Shaft 357.051. Trunnion 047.432. Roll 0. Pitch 250. Yaw 0. Read back over. Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy my P-22 update? Over. Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy my P-22 pad? Columbia, this is Houston. Do you copy my pad? Over.
Negative, Bruce. Just give me the latitude, longitude over 2, altitude, and the grid squares. Never mind the other, you're broken up.
Stand by.
FAO, Captain, copy that one.
Well, that is that you have new information, otherwise I'll just use the old numbers.
No, wait a minute. We've got new information.
Okay.
He's been collecting something Friday.
Sounds pretty good right now.
Just looking at
it. This is Apollo Control at 112 hours 19 minutes. The inhabitants of Tranquility Base are still in the post-EVA cleanup period. Still have not fully configured the voice communications. However, we are getting telemetry, good telemetry from Tranquility Base, showing a cabin pressure of 5 pounds per square inch, temperature of 60 degrees. We expect to establish communications before too long. During this period, the crew is
Would you please get a
removing
status
the portable life
going back to
support
Tranquility?
systems,
I can't keep up with the code.
checking over their
Would you please get a status check of about where they are?
spacecraft systems,
Roger.
getting ready for jettisoning equipment from Tranquility Base. The cabin will be depressurized before too long, and equipment will be jettisoned onto the lunar surface.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Can you give us some idea of how you're progressing on the splits, doffing, and preparation for depress?
Roger, Houston, Tranquility Base. We're in the process of using up what film we have, and I'm just getting ready to change the primary ECS canister. Over.
Flight Telcom, I want to say that to last.
Say that to last, please, Captain.
Roger, Tranquility. We'd like to hold off as long as possible on the lithium hydroxide canister. Make that one of the last things you do in getting ready for the depress if you can. Over.
Roger, we're planning on doing that. I'm just wondering how much longer we want to wait, though.
Telcom flight. What do you want to do with that?
We've probably got another half an hour's worth of picture taken, and I guess we could run through an heat cycle and then change the canister and then depress. Over.
Roger, that sounds fine to us.
Well, it'll be a little crowded in here for a while.
Oh, we don't mind a bit.
Houston, Columbia, you got the new coordinates?
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Roger, have you got the new coordinates for me?
Roger, latitude 00.691. That would be plus 00.691. And longitude over 2 is plus 11.713. The altitude is minus 1.44 nautical miles. Over. Columbia, this is Houston. On latitude, make that plus 00.692, rounding off. Over.
Okay. Yeah, read back plus 00.692 plus 11713 and minus 00144, and you have a grid square for me.
Roger, stand by. Columbia, this is Houston. Grid coordinates kilo decimal niner 6.3 on LAM2. Over.
Kilo 0.9 and 6.3, thank you. One of these grid squares is about as much as you can scan on a single pass.
Roger. information, Columbia, you're approaching the VHF line of sight comm limit with Tranquility Base. LOS will be at 38 minutes plus 25 seconds, over. Roger, and we've had to disable the one-way misspin relay owing to a ground site reconfiguration down here, over.
No, I'm watching his 992 now, and it doesn't look like he's going to find it this quick either. Looks like his shaft is coming the wrong way. Yeah. He's in a bumper right pitch attitude. But he's already passed 357. He's going to be off the shaft now. He's coming down in front.
What goes in? Same too?
I do.
Okay.
So you gonna put them back in there?
Yeah, I just don't understand why the two up before that it was quiet, and now it isn't.
I don't think the Vegas had any.
Same condition.
Yeah. I don't know, but I don't think the Vegas really had anything to do with it. You want to wait till after we acquire and talk to him one time before we put him back in? See if there's any noted difference?
No, I typically do that for anything.
Okay.
This is Houston. Go ahead, over.
Roger, I can't see him.
Roger, I guess that takes care of the news for today, Mike.
Right.
You might be interested in knowing, Mike, that we have gotten reflections back from the laser reflector array they deployed, and we may be able to get some information out of that a little later.
Right, I need a very precise position because I can only do a decent job of scanning maybe one of those grid squares at a time. And the area that we've been sweeping covers tens and 20s and 30s of them.
Roger, we understand this is intended to be your last P-22. We don't want to use up too much fuel in this effort, over.
How's the fuel going?
He doesn't have any problem with it.
Roger, there's no problem fuel-wise. It's just that there seems to be a limit to the number of P-22s and the number of grid squares you can search over.
Right, well, I'll continue this maneuver then to roll 82, pitch 218. Yaw 0 if that's okay with you, and do a P-52 in that attitude, and that'll be the sleep pattern.
Yes, sir. After the P-52.
Roger, that's fine with us, and P-52 in that attitude.
P-52 and then the sleep attitude.
Roger, P-52 and then the sleep attitude.
Tell him all his systems are looking fine. We haven't got it.
Hey, flight. In the flight plan, I still roll 82, pitch 218, yaw 0 as you see that.
That's right. That's correct. Now he goes to sleep next to that. You sound flight. Flight, I can stand on your cryo.
Flight, we don't
Just
have
fine.
anything else to do. You're up to our flight.
Okay.
Just to get back to it.
Oh, sure. He'll do that when he comes around the front.
Right.
Do you see how about Why don't you go ahead and give the Capcom on this one? Roger.
Wonder if it's going to go to sleep after this thing is
No, I talked to FAO and I'm going to go to sleep next time. We're going to talk to them one more time after this thing.
Okay, we wanted to reconfigure that the quad B. And at the same time, as long as he's punching numbers, it wouldn't hurt to put the 01100 in there. And it'd make the baffle lot happy with a single jet and going in quadruped.
Oh, yeah?
I checked the solo checklist, and there is no mention of reconfiguring the baffle.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston, over.
There's just nothing in there.
Houston, Tranquility Base, go ahead.
Roger, when you all have a free moment, I have your T8 through T12 block data, over.
Yeah, sure do.
I think it's kind of immaterial whether we pull it or whether GPS or else.
Roger, standby one.
All stations CKCM, unacceptable report, loss of data due to low signal.
Go ahead.
Rod, you were asking some questions about the format.
Yeah, let's go to your loop.
Roger that.
Wilson, GMC.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Did you get your kids in the span?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to mention it?
Yeah, I went back and talked to him at least 3 times.
Okay.
Been a long day.
Econ GMC, procedures, marker 1. In the middle, didn't help much.
Not a good.
Procedures this time. What do you want to turn loose?
Goldstone.
By
You guys need
Okay.
Goldstone?
yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Houston, Tranquility Base, ready to copy.
Roger, Tranquility. T8.
Hispanic.
114-3057. T9er. 116-29er. 10. T10. 118-2723. T11. 120-2536. T12. 122-2349er. Read back over.
Hispanic, Tom, vehicle system 1.
Roger, T8, 114-3057.
Hispanic, Tom, Moker system 1.
116-29er, 10. T10, 118-2723. T11, 120-2536. T12, 122-2349er, over.
Read back correct. Houston out.
So, flight, something we might be thinking about is when it comes to this cabin, it takes so long to get down. It's about maybe using that other dump valve. Keep chain there and see what you can think of that. Right, that would help. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm sure it would because it doesn't have the bacteria filter on it. I'll run it down.
data from
I say the forward hatch has a bacteria filter on it. The forward hatch does not, and it does form a restriction. So I'm sure it'd help. I will run it by Stan.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Hispanic, Tom, Alpha.
Coming in high gate.
Ecom.
Roger, reading you loud and clear on high gain, Columbia.
Roger. Roving to P52 attitude. You want to cruise status report?
Say again, Columbia.
Inco for
I say again, I am maneuvering to the P52 attitude, and do you want a cruise status report?
Roger, and go ahead with your cruise status report.
Roger, no medication, radiation 100.16.
Houston, we copy.
Yeah, would you call it on monitor?
That weight up there.
Roger, I got it.
Houston, Tranquility Base.
Go ahead, Tranquility.
Roger. The weight of the RCU was 12 ounces. That was by itself without the bag. And the weight of the water from the CDR cliff was 12.5 ounces.
What do you need, Congress?
That's reading zero with the bag on.
This is Houston, we copy. And for your information, the new lamp weight after jettison of equipment, including lithium hydroxide canister, is 10837. Over.
Okay, 10837.
Flight Falcon. Go ahead. Go on both valves. No problem. Okay. Control. Go ahead.
GNC flight plan.
We have a
He's loaded at 40 degrees yaw for that thing for some reason. I don't know what he's trying to do, but it's pretty good to do while it's on 40 degrees yaw. You don't think he could be mistaken for the plane change arithmetic again, do you?
I don't know, did he do that once?
Yeah, we had this problem earlier.
Tell me, see it. That's fine. Good question.
They changed the CO2 canister and the CSM there, back down to 111 hours. They call that in the old flight plan. Yeah, we're at 2.1, so renovation.
Yeah, he's down a bit.
Okay, Torque.
Control flight. Start flight. Yeah, I got
Like the torque at about 5301, huh?
I don't see him in the new flight plan. It's running in the old flight plan. It was down to 111 hours.
Oh, yeah, we got the standby. Affirmative flight. What did you say? Yes, we copied speakers too. We did. We copied.
Columbia, this is Houston, affirmative.
He's verified anyway, next time you talk to him.
You want to torque that? I can't see you on yes. Okay. Control, now what's your problem? Okay, on surface configuration, I proposed EVA circuit breaker configuration. Seems like we've got one circuit breaker. Good guys here. The active circuit breaker on channel 16.
You want to stay on this
Control at
LOS, man?
on row 2. Find the case to show that it is. Should pull up. What panel? Panel 16, row 2. Stat/control at the downspan comments. Call. Bypass that point.
Looks like we're out of luck on our CCE from here on, so we get those recorded.
Control.
They don't have it. They're not on that.
I don't believe he has, no.
So, we did send it down.
Well, it got in early.
Well, that means you and I will do it tonight, so leave it
Like
up
I
to
said, I
your
just wanted
friends.
to remind you. He doesn't
All right.
But you want to open this breaker? Right.
Hey, Charlie, when do you think we'll get it?
I wouldn't count it after we're probably,
Control access.
I'm it's not close.
This breaker was open prior to the EVA flight. They went back in. They're checking it out.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. In the flight plan configuration, we show that the stability control circuit breaker, ATCA on panel 16, should be open at this time, over.
Houston, Tranquility. Say again, which one should be closed?
Should be open.
Roger, panel 16, row 2. Stab control, ATCA. That is ATCA, and it should be open at this time. Over.
Roger. Coming open.
Roger out.
We got it.
That's probably right. When do we need
Houston, Tranquility. Do you have a way of showing a configuration of the engine arm circuit breaker? Over.
Control. Stand by, sir.
The reason I'm asking is because the end of it appears to be broken off. I think we can push it back in again. I'm not sure we could pull it out if we pushed it in now. Over.
Roger, we copy. Stand by, please.
Confirm that it's open now, Mike.
That's the way you want it?
Roger.
So what he's saying was we could probably push it in, but he couldn't get it back out.
That's affirmative.
Now you expect to leave this open until when?
Until the normal time to close it, Mike.
So it's okay as is?
Correct.
Okay, Captain.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Our telemetry shows the engine arm circuit breaker in the open position at the present time. We want you to leave it open until it is nominally scheduled to be pushed in, which is later on. Over.
Roger, copy.
Go ahead. Call? Yeah, just tell you the 10-pin controller works again. Yeah, when did it go down there? It cut down to 42.9 and it kicked in at a red out center at 38th Street. I think that's yeah, it worked the same way for the last 3 reds. I think it's last 4 reds. Same row. Okay, last 4 reds, yeah, you're right. So,
kind of 16 is one on the
either accidentally had it in manual or stuck points. I don't know. That's all we marked for that. But he may have been getting a little cool up there, you know, and put it in manual to warm things up a little bit.
Pull it across to the left.
Okay. Could you step up here for a moment?
Go ahead.
Room leaves green, about 113, black comes on 120 hours.
Charlie, let's go to 1.
White.
Get it? Ecom span on 1.
Span.
Can't fight all that garbage that's on comments. Go ahead, what do you need?
Yeah. Well, we'll change it up. And we normally schedule the flight plan for a door change time, so we'll change it up. Okay. We've got ample filters to do that, so we might as well do it.
Houston, Tranquility Base, CDR's PRD reads 11014.
Roger, 11014 for the CDR.
Roger, LMB reads 09er018, over.
Roger, 09er018.
GNC on top. Neil, what time did you put on your trip in response? I think
it probably ought to be sometime before the soft land. Very good.
I'll just, but, you know, I don't know when it'll get here.
I'll just use the quarterly papers. That's as I come.
Go ahead, Lampane.
Right,
Line up here.
Go ahead.
We like the CO2 and the CFM before we go to sleep so we can stay on the non-light. That's even though we've got plenty of time in that line.
Okay.
Econ flight.
No problem with that. We're good in that, so,
Span,
for the hour.
Go ahead, this is, Stan. George, this is Neil, go ahead.
Oh, hang on. You guys working the broken circuit breaker problem?
On the left?
Yeah. Yeah. We are. This is Pete Frank. Like what experience the broken circuit breakers and how can we put them in and do they come out again and things like that? Right. Okay, thank you.
This is Apollo Control. Dr. Berry reports those dosimeter readings have not changed since yesterday afternoon, indicating that the crew was not subject to radiation on the surface of the moon, or if any, a very negligible amount.
Houston, Columbia, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, go ahead.
Roger, Bruce. When you get a few minutes, could you give me some words on tomorrow's activities, when they're going to start?
Roger.
Wait, Chad, don't we put you back on the nominal question?
Yeah, you got a CS pad ready.
Okay. Did I copy you wanted Mike to change working on dark side canopy and RCCD?
That's what FAO recommends to be back on our schedule here.
I didn't see a change in the flight plan about this time.
FAO says we've gone past the point.
say that on the list, please, FAO.
Okay, we go back to nominal on the wake up. Fine.
Okay, and what time is that?
Okay, for the CSM, it's 121.12, and for LM, that's 122 hours.
CSM 121 and LM is 126.
And I'm sorry, the CSM does get up a little earlier. It is 2:52, but that's nominal. They go back to nominal.
Okay, that's the big Roger. Okay, Capcom, you want to tell him that? And did you say we already passed up the lithium hydroxide change, or you mean we passed the time it should be done? We have not told them yet, have we? About that.
No, we have not told.
Oh, it's passing up. Let's pass up the Okay, that's telling everything we need to be ready to
That's
go to
all.
sleep.
That's the one
How
thing.
about his DAP configuration for sleep being set? Okay, and okay, Ecom do what? O2 Bird?
Yeah, let's make that,
Okay, I'm backside. Okay. Here we go. We'll write down this configuration. Okay, how much time is it? Okay, Capcom, so we won't change the, this is for Columbia, change the lithium hydroxide, and we're essentially back on the nominal time for sleep and wake up, rather. And we won't use those two birds, and we're going to give complete configuration for the DAP, and they can just get the COM set up for sleep, and try the auto react and AOS squared away.
Fine, you want me to have him set up for auto react?
That's fine.
And is this CO2 benefit change number 9 on this?
FAO.
Go fine.
This lithium hydroxide benefit change number 9 is one.
That's permanent flight. That was nominally scheduled at 111.5.
Okay. Go.
My recommendation, use copy again.
Okay. This will get us in best quad configuration of fuel balance.
Flight cover.
Go.
Okay, the network and INTAD want to do something, a ranging check with the LEM in order to ascertain, or more exactly ascertain its
GNC
position
Capcom number 1.
on the lunar surface there, and they suggest me to do it during the sleep period following the second pattern refresh.
GNC Capcom
All
number 1.
involved is putting the range switch to range Capcom GNC.
Roger, do I understand that quad alpha you want
during the
pitch
period,
thrusters enable, and quad bravo you want all 4 enable?
That's how long they want
You have all 4 in both. If you just put the BD roll in the DAP data loader, this is going to be on the DAP.
Okay, and you've got BD roll in the selection now.
Right, so if you just use A and B enable, A and B quads enable, we'll end up with the...
So we don't really need to say anything about it.
As long as they can.
Roger. What's this going to do to the COM, anything?
It shouldn't.
Okay, so it affects it, I'd like to know some more about how bad we need to do that. If it doesn't bother us any, that's fine. If it does, we ought to have some more words over what we can get rid of it.
Right, I think if it bothers our telemetry, we'll go back to part 1 and 8.
Well, I don't know how bad they need it.
That's fine. So, I can't give you a lot on it, but just in terms of how much it bothers, let me tell you right now that what I know about it,
Let's hold on to LOS, please.
when you get a chance, come give me a buzz and I'll talk to you about it.
Thank you. Go.
We'd like to, even the case attitude now, we'd like to ensure that prior to the acquisition, next time that he has
following typing in that hit the plus 10 and yaw 250, and when to be in the react mode, we'd like to ensure that we can read fire.
Yes. All that stuff though is just got to do with the normal checklist, right?
It's a standard when being in mode for sleep, but we'd like to have him in it before we require service.
Okay, this is step down there. This is pitch 10 and yaw plus 254 in the play point. You want pitch 10 and yaw 250?
That's about as close as we can set it on this dial.
Yeah, and I think normally Capcom what he does is he gets it set up and he gets the attitude set up and then he homes it in for max and then he uses what.
Okay, what I'm driving at here is we don't really have anything to tell him different from the normal pitch configuration. Okay.
Just that we want it.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger, Mike. A couple of quick flight plan updates here. First off, we'd like to get an O2 fuel cell purge at time 1:13:30. Are you copying, over?
Roger, I'm copying.
Secondly, we will return to the nominal timeline with your scheduled wake-up of 1:21 hours and 12 minutes. We sort of slipped by lithium hydroxide canister change number 9 during the EVA and EVA prep. We'd like you to accomplish that now. The COM for sleep will be the normal lunar COM configuration. The RCS configuration, we're requesting you use quads Alpha and Bravo. A DAP data load for R2 should be 01111. Read back, over.
Roger, oxygen fuel cell purge at 113:30. Return to the nominal timeline at 121 hours wake up. Lithium hydroxide change number 9 right now. Normal lunar COM sleep configuration. I'm in that now. Now the RCS understood before you wanted to load the DAP register to 01100, which made sense on panel 8 to pitch only on quad A, enable all on quad B and C and D off, but you don't want to do that anymore, huh?
Stand by, Capcom. B and C. That's okay, flight. We don't have to change the DAP data load. We'll save it and change tomorrow when we go to 4. That's okay? The 0 on the 4-1. I don't understand.
Well, he came back and said we'd given him a different load beforehand. Can't we either do it with the 0 and the 4-1, or by disabling it in the DAP and leaving the RCS selected on?
Charlie, I've got
Well, we
another
prefer
trip
to leave
from
the
Elton
RCS
Tucker.
selections off for the 2 quads, and that's why we said the DAP data load didn't make any difference tomorrow. You won't have to change the DAP data load.
For rendezvous tomorrow.
Okay, so he can stay with 01100, is that correct?
He's already got 1 and 4. I'll send the DAP one further. I think I won't get that fired up. 4-1.
Okay.
What do we want to put it on the line for?
Well, we kind of wanted to at one time, but we'll never get it done.
What he said over
We ain't gonna do it
what we
right
passed
away.
up.
Yes,
some
you want
6
it, and I'm
hours
not
ago.
gonna do it in but you want to change it to what's on the pad here. I'd like to do it.
Okay, he has 5-1 set in there now.
He's already told me that.
Roger, he would like the 0 and 4-1.
For what reason?
Because it produces a thrust.
Columbia, this is Houston on your DAP load in R2. We're requesting
gonna
0
reply to this
and
after you're
4-1.
reading it,
That
okay?
is 01111. Over.
How about your cryo plan?
Okay.
Heat fans and heaters.
Our cryo plan is as is.
And you,
Load's going in right now.
Auto mode off.
Roger, and you'll be enabling quads Alpha and Bravo on the auto RCS select switches, disable Charlie and Delta.
Okay.
And we have a little less than 2 minutes to LOS. If you're still up, AOS next time around will be 114.04. Over.
And Capcom, we would like for you to try to stay awake until we have a successful auto react here next time.
All right.
And Columbia, if it's agreeable with you, we'd like you to stay awake until we have one successful reacquisition on the high gain antenna. And I guess you can plan on turning in shortly after AOS and its next pass. Over.
Okay.
Roger out.
Flight. Go flight. Okay,
Tranquility Base, this is Houston radio, check, over.
Okay,
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, reading you loud and clear, just wanted to make sure we still had comm.
Roger, we've just we're just finishing up our 8 period. Be ready to go back into prep for deep rest.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control, 113 hours, 18 minutes. We have had loss of signal from Columbia.
Okay, what about
We've asked Mike Collins to stay awake through acquisition on the next grid, which will be number 20,
And we will be handing over to
so that we can check the automatic acquisition mode of the high gain antenna.
39 feet per second.
Once we've verified that, he will start his rest period.
Where they are, the better we'll be able to target the asset.
Planned wake up
the cost is the same either way.
for command module pilot, 121 hours.
Still got a little overlap out there. Stick around there.
Yes.
Roger,
How much data?
current status coming up. We were waiting for LOS. I'll get it to you as quick as you can.
I think that means that it's worthwhile telling the crew for 5 minutes. That kind of terminology is
Down span on one. I'd like to close this thing out. But I don't know what you're
I think that,
here's what I wrote. FOD does not plan to activate the evaporator during round 4 since this operation is not required and it imports a small amount of pressure to serve the round navigation. Discussion. That's all I got. Which one, Charles?
Okay, what sound trouble and call and just enable that. What I did, we saw on circuit 45, instead of a line where the configured bus band is back to PM and range switch there and put the cost warning enable. I think that range will go back. No, I don't want to. We'll go back to cost warning enable after the E grid. Okay, that's where we are now, though, I think. If they want to push it? No, we have not refreshed that yet, so we have got. Did you follow the diagram a while ago? He said he was just finishing up the East grid. Okay, then he's out of signal. I'll call out and tell him what's going on. Go ahead, man. We just got a little more. Yeah. I recommend that all the time I go through it. Why that up? I just found out, let me tell you what they just told me. Okay. They're not going to be able to use the data for post-flight. Now, that's not what you want to do. Post-flight, they've got enough information to use. But the other difficulty after the year now, I can go to the time out there and turn around and just like the time on the side.
Flight health, huh? Okay. To do it now would mean you have to give up the TV, and I'm not sure you want to do that.
No, I don't. When does the TV go away normally?
Service 43. Normally after they depress the cabin, bring it back up, they configure for the rest of it. At that point, they pull the TV circuit breaker and go back to feeding them. It's still in there.
How about work made a more definitive checklist statement that we can give them after they depress and start retracing?
In other words, you want to do this, Rank?
Well, I want to have the procedure in my hand and we'll talk to them about it and ask them to give us as much information down as we can possibly give us so they can get them on the list. I'm assuming now that they can...
This Apollo Control, we're estimating the change of shift news briefing for 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time. 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time for the change of shift briefing.
Write down the page there and line what all you have. Roger, will do. Control telecom, standard checkpoint. Control flight. Telecom. Go ahead, Patty. That sounds fine. Okay, we should tell the company in the family and probably whenever you think it is, you tell them that it's okay to use the overhead dump valve just to get inside the second time to do it. Telecom flight.
So, flight.
I got the right terminology now.
I didn't copy it, sir.
Okay, I understand that you understand
He told me,
what
yes.
this person is using the overhead dump valve to assist in getting the cabin pressure down to zero quicker.
That's affirmative.
And that is the right terminology, overhead dump valve.
Yes. He told me, yes. We are currently still on 52 Cardinal.
I know I'll be, nope, stuff down here. Go ahead. Right, got it? Yeah. Right, got it? Stand back, line, please. Okay.
Flight Delta.
Go.
Okay, the host proceedings coming to you.
Okay.
Okay, the second part is they are in the process of changing the cancel right now.
Okay.
Let's see, from Doctor to CEI, we're going to make time, right? Oh, yeah. Spinning on the side. You betcha.
Welcome. Go flight. Negative, I did not, I will.
You betcha. We just got
And on this 45, Telcom, waiting for that 9-7, that's the first step, and then when you say power to box respiratory, that's the second step. There's something, exact prompting. Oh.
It's all on the first afternoon, baby.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I thought, did you see the data? Yeah. I told him no. I just thought I'd ask you.
Oh, good for you. How much did I look? I don't know.
Okay, what's in between right now is the that's my way of working is just prior to the respirator. So whatever else they do in there, of course.
You're all squared away.
Procedure stuff.
Go ahead.
I just thought I'd say this study battery. This is it, baby. Hey, what's our T5 battery? It's coming to T.
Battle flight.
Okay, 4 T5. I'm going to go on 4. All right, so that's a little off the 693, right? Yeah, wait, I'm sorry.
Everything's going along okay down there. You guys able to organize yourself?
Oh, okay. I got time search for T12, so that's all we're going to do. What's I see a T5, 1.70. What is that? That's T5. Oh, that's TD5, okay? Yeah. That's the midnight
This is Apollo Control at 113 hours, 29 minutes. The change of shift news briefing is about to start.
Yeah, though we haven't been
We
going through
will tape any air-ground transmissions during this period for playback after the briefing. If the equipment jettisoning occurs during the briefing, we will come back up and provide that for you live.
15-20 minutes prior to the tea time, we throw it out of our machines and we're locked onto the next one.
Yeah, I understand.
Hey, your gang.
We know you're not playing a stay no stay, but eventually we'll get to that point. And that's usually the timeline.
Your gang.
Okay, but you're writing down, physically writing down pads for each one of these and got statements about it.
Affirmative. We've thrown away so far.
Now you're being optimistic.
Well, let's keep throwing them away. And making them and throwing them away.
Roger that. All 6 copies.
Okay, and guidance point. Go for it. Okay, now, how does, I think the things are still sitting there perking along perfectly. Is that right?
As far as I can tell, that's right.
Okay, you're looking sometime here when things settle down. I'd like to talk about what the Pippers are doing and how their drift rate has stayed constant, all that good stuff.
Right, control keeps tab on that flight.
Okay, I'll talk to him. By the way, when's the trench going to hand over again?
Flight, what we're going to attempt to do, because the original maroon team, had picked up earlier this morning, or this afternoon.
Whenever it was, yeah.
Well, we're going to do, just to make it short, we're going to take the normal handover that was originally published, so we won't hand over till 9 o'clock.
You're going to stay with me for the next 6 hours?
Yeah, the reason is, Milt, that...
the Men of Steel, okay.
Yeah, it's our training, and rather than get Ed and his team sleepy, all out of shape, we're just going to let them stay on that schedule they had originally set themselves up for TEI.
Okay. That doesn't apply to Gary, I don't guess.
He's got that same steel.
Okay.
Capcom flight.
Go flight.
Okay, when you tell them about that overhead dump valve, we also would like to update the LEMS CSM state vector, and we have that available anytime they can give us poo and data. We can whip that up to them.
Roger.
And I propose to wait until after the depress and repressurization before telling them about this range and thing. And we'll put it, when we do tell them about it, we'll put it to them in a manner that if they can give us a little while of range, and fine. If it doesn't work out, then that's the way it goes.
Roger. Now, is there, I guess your computer is not powered down. I see Pooh and Bird 16 now, 60 bucks now.
Yeah, I know the computer doesn't get turned off as far as I know.
Yeah, that's correct.
Flight, Telcom.
Go.
Okay, looks like we switched back to the primary cartridge, and they have changed.
Okay, you copy that, Sergeant? Sergeant, flight.
Go ahead, flight.
You copy that about the lithium hydroxide change?
Roger, thank you.
Econ flight.
Good, flight.
Okay, sometime here in the next 30 minutes or so, I'd like for you to tell me all the details you have on that mixing valve, and also I'd like for you, whoever you need to talk to get a position that you want to tell the crew to go to manually if you have to, and get the words written down that we might have to use.
Okay. You want me to tell you about it now?
No, not right this minute. I'll get back with you in about 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
Well, less than that, I guess, before the next AOS.
Okay, I'll stand by on that.
Telcom flight.
Go flight.
Okay, what are your systems doing there?
Well, they're all there, looking pretty good, flight. We're still on decent profile, and the consumables were pretty good.
How about did you take about as much O2 as you thought to do the repress?
Not quite.
Okay, as best you can tell, the usage rates are the same as you told me earlier.
Mirage usage rates are about the same.
Okay, we will pass a nominal ascent time for all. I'm sure we are. FAO flight.
Go flight.
Okay, you happy with the CSM situation?
Roger, he ought to be able to go to sleep right after AOS.
Okay.
The LEM guys, I guess they stuck an eat period in the middle of their post-EVA.
Yeah. Probably starving, I would guess.
Right.
I've eaten 2 or 3 times probably since they did. Okay, so in the flight plan, we're about what? Prep for equipment jettison?
It's on the flight plan on channel 60, flight up on the video. Yeah, we estimate they'll be getting through with the post-EVA a little after 114 hours. But we really hadn't got a good time take on this post-EVA. They haven't done the pressure integrity check. And that's what we're waiting for, to get a time ticket to where they're at in it.
Okay. Well, but we don't have any problem. It's just a case of us figuring out where they are. And that's no
right.
big deal. Okay.
That's right.
Then we expect this jettison business. We owe them some more updates, or do we?
Let's see, on these time and liftoff updates, we call up to T7 through T12, I guess, or one of those. We owe them one more set.
Fido flight.
Go flight.
Looks like we owe them some more time updates here.
Well, you can give them some more if you want. We don't owe them any right now.
Well, the flight plan calls at 116 hours to send them some.
That's right. And as a matter of fact, the flight plan originally called at 100 and, let's see, when was it? Originally at 109 hours, we were supposed to send them T7 through T10. We changed the flight plan, slipped that update by 3 hours, and gave them T7 through T12, which they are now carrying on board.
What rev is T12 for?
T12 is for Rev 25.
Rev 25.
I'd take that back. That can't be right, can it?
Oh, no.
Nope. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, it is too. It's Rev 25.
We're coming up on T8 now, you say?
That's affirmative. Now, see, we're normally due to...
We're in Rev 20.
That's right. Flight plan originally said at 116 hours to give them 10 through 13. But we'll give them anything you want, really. We're trying to keep up
get them enough to get them through the sleep period.
That's all we got to do.
Well, they got plenty. They got through T12 right now. So they've got till 122 hours.
Having a hard time.
9 hours from now.
They wake up at 122 hours, nominally flight.
Okay. Flight, we'll let us generate some more for you, just to make sure, okay? We'll generate our best estimate of right on through nominal liftoff, which is
What, T12 is what time?
122 hours, 23 minutes.
Okay, we must have had a reason for wanting to go all the way up to, well, we just said 13, that's just one more.
That's the nominal. It's the only one we have passed.
Okay. Why don't you get that ready and see if they want that one too?
Roger. Did FAO say they're waking up just 2 hours before nominal liftoff?
No, they're
122 hours.
That's just 2 hours from nominal liftoff.
2 hours and a half. 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's right. That's the way it's always been.
I thought there was an eat business before that.
Where we eat after the first P-57. We have a 35-minute eat period. That's the way it's been for several months.
Okay. Okay, well, let's get a T-13 there, and we'll
Roger, coming
see
up.
if they want that. Let's see, FAO, what else do we need, if anything?
Okay,
Looks
I guess
nothing.
Yeah, I guess we got the CSM straightened away with that canister changing that purge. We don't have a water dump, so.
Next things we need from them is stuff that has to do with the liftoff here.
Roger.
Okay. And we said we would update the state factor.
Roger.
And Capcom Flight, you haven't told them that yet, have you?
Sorry, Flight, what'd you say?
FAO and I were just running over the things that we owe the crew, and I asked the Fido to give us a T-13 time, which I think will complete the data that they should get before they sack out here prior to the normal wake-up time. And you haven't told them yet about the But the hatch or the state vector, have you?
That's correct.
Okay.
And they got everything up to T13, which they do not have.
Yeah, I think we'll read that. Well, you were here when they discussed that, I guess. Why didn't we give them a T13 back there a while ago? Do you recall?
Flying FAO.
Yeah.
We usually give them a consumables update also before they go to sleep. I'll put that about that.
Okay. Telcom control, would y'all prepare a consumables update for Tranquility Base?
What time? Flight?
Base it on now, and I guess,
So, JC. Hey,
you
John,
guys
I
don't
got
have the
an
Delta
estimates
from
of
the novel,
flow
do
rates
you?
for, I don't know, you want these or does
Hey,
Spider
give it
want
to them.
these?
We'll
both
take
take
them. For
Okay, I'll
like
ship them on down.
114
These are
hours
our
or
best
whatever.
estimates
Okay,
of what we
114
feel
hours.
the flow rate
Control
of
copy.
the engine now,
Thank
both
you a lot, man.
dual and single bank.
Okay.
And we've asked Span to concur with these. They have not yet, but we feel that they will. And I'll ship these on down here. Roger, thank you.
Telcom flight.
Flight Telcom.
I guess that was a bad thing I said just then, because your O2 is going to depend on the repress, somewhat anyway.
Right.
So I guess we ought to have it ready just as soon as you, as far as you're concerned.
GNC Span conference.
Wait until you see how that repress goes, and then figure that in.
Span, GNC.
Well, you want it?
Yeah, hey Jack, this is Larry. I just
I think you're going to wait
came
until
on,
you see
punched
whether or
on
not
the loop when you were just saying something about Span to somebody checking on something, and
Okay, so you're saying...
Neil just left and I came on, and is this something open that I don't know about?
I don't think so.
Just be aware that we
Somebody
want
may
to
be working on this.
pretty quickly after they do the repress.
Over there is the flow rates and the
control you're not going to change
thrust
anyway, so
levels
you
of
do
the
have to do that.
engine.
Meet that schedule.
Okay, yeah, there's a query out. Single bank and normal, single bank and increase, and dual bank and normal, Raj.
Yeah, firm.
You have the flow rates for dual bank and increase, but I don't believe you got the thrust.
I'm expecting them to start.
Yeah, we've got 68.5 and 21,580.
Takes a little time, though.
Okay. Okay, yeah, this other query's out. I'll get them to you. Okay, thank you.
Guidance flight. Go ahead, flight. Okay, is the RLS as good as we can make it? Best thing we have, flight. Okay, what's in there now? What's in there now? Stand by. Is that whatever it is, 799, something like that in there? That's 23 something or another.
Flight, we have the radius from map values, and the latitude from the pings, and the longitude from the pings, estimated touchdown.
Okay. And guidance flight, one more question, I think. I don't give up on you.
Go ahead.
You changed the revs from that a while back for the liftoff and made it for the T13 liftoff time, I guess. That's correct. And you're happy with that?
Yes, sir.
Econ flight.
Good, fine.
Okay, tell me about this valve, please.
Okay, this is the mixing valve that modulates the
Tranquility Base, this is
hot
Goose
black
Tower.
coming back.
Roger, go ahead, Houston.
Roger, on your next depressurization, it's acceptable to use the overhead hatch dump valve in addition to or instead of the forward hatch dump valve to speed up
the depressurization of the cabin. I have a T-13 update for you, and if you could sometime here give us POO and data, we'll uplink you a new CSM state vector. Over. All right.
Control flight, what's your...
You've got the Disky.
Go ahead, flight.
Roger. Your T-13 time is 124. 2202. Over.
You're cleared up, man. All right, thank you.
Roger. T-13, 12422. Is that 02 over?
That's affirmative. That is 02. And do you have a time estimate for us until you're ready to start cabin depress? Over.
15 minutes, maybe?
Roger.
Thank you, Capcom. Econ flight.
Roger, fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
I've got the valve. You told me about that before, I think.
Okay.
That is what it does, excuse me.
Okay, this is the mixing valve that modulates the flow of the glycol. And it has automatic control on the valve that is supposed to look at the radiator outlet temperature, and if the radiator outlet temperature is low, it's supposed to cause the hot glycol to mix in before it goes into the evaporator. This is to say it bypasses the radiators and goes right back to the loop. What we have seen previously, we have seen the point at which the automatic control takes place to be something less than a nominal, about 43, to, well, in one case down to about 39, another case 40 or something like that. However, tonight, I believe it was about 5 orbits back, this evap out temp continued to follow the radiator outlet temp right on down past the control point, in which the evap out temp actually got down to about 30 degrees. At that point, we queried the crew and asked them, well, rather we gave them some procedures to follow, the malfunction procedures and so forth. And what he actually did, or reported to us later, was that he took the control for that automatic circuit, positioned the switch to manual, then back to automatic, and the circuit did all the right things.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Uplink complete. The computer is yours, and you can go out of data.
Essentially normally. We've seen it come down about 42, I believe, since then, but that's as we have seen it before. Okay. So since it has been operating normally, or essentially normally, we feel like it will probably continue to do so, and that is a mode that we'll be pursuing during sleep cycle. However, if for some reason we should see the same sort of thing as we saw before with the temperatures coming on down following the radiator outlet temperature, we would probably recommend that we wake up the crew and ask them to reposition the manual valve.
Okay, to where?
Well, the general thinking is that what we'd do is ask them to position the valve at the point in the orbit for the lowest temperature. This would be on the shady side. At the point of the lowest temperature to something like 37, 38 degrees, and then we'd monitor the temperature again over on the hot side.
Where is that point in the orbit?
It's just about LOS or a little after LOS flight. Maybe about 5 minutes after LOS.
Okay, we should use those terms then.
That's
so you wanted it to adjust the temperature 5 minutes after LOS, which would be in the middle of the shady side, and until it's about 37 degrees.
That's the number that
which you figure will be a minimum.
Right. And then on the
what's the response to that? I mean, like, how long after he moves the valve does the temperature start doing the right thing?
It's an immediate response.
Okay.
Okay, and then we would like for him to check it when he comes back around on the hot side to make sure that we are under 80 degrees.
Well, we can see that, can't we? The thing you have to do is you have to do the best thing. Hopefully, where if he has to move his thing manually, he can wake up and do it, and then he can go back to sleep and he doesn't have to do it anymore, and we can watch it all for him.
That's affirmative. We'd like to optimize it where we can keep it above freezing and below 80, and we think this would do it with the crew adjusting one time.
Okay, now what are you worried about here? Supposing it goes down as low as the radiator does, and it freezes up.
Okay, we've seen the radiator go down about 15 degrees. And it would be reasonable to conclude that if the evaporator temperature followed down that low, or 20 degrees or so, that the evaporator could freeze, and the worst thing that can happen to us is it could rupture and cause glycol to...
We'd lose the whole primary loop then.
That's affirmative.
You can't shut off the evaporator.
That's affirmative. So we don't expect that to happen, but...
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Flight guidance. Go. The load went in and Capcom was notified. They Roger, I copied that. Thank you. Roger. Final flight.
Go ahead.
What's the situation on our plane change now?
No plane change this time, flight.
Okay. Now we have all the data that we're ever going to get, aren't we? Because we presumably are not going to even do one. Is that right?
I must have a headset problem with you, flight. Maybe my loop's down.
I said we have all the data that we are going to get on this subject, don't we?
Do we have some data, you say, that we're going to get?
No, I say we have all that we are going to get.
As far as I know.
So, I mean, whatever the verdict is now, it's not going to change.
We had talked about scheduling up the rendezvous radar, have him pick out the CSM. But I've heard no more about that. Nobody's really concerned about it, other than the fact that it would be nice to know it a little bit better than we do, rather than have this large plane change stare us in the face. But then we certainly...
Okay.
Or this possibly large plane change. It's interesting to note what all the experts have said so far, by the way. MPAD is sure that they're at the targeted landing site, downrange maybe, but not cross range. They're right there. However, the AGs, the PINGs, the Misfit say they're north. But on the other hand, gravity vector says they're south. So you can just about take your pick. And that's actually what we've been doing with these P-22s. We've been hitting one side and then the other and then the other, like that.
Yeah, I followed that with some interest.
And the worst it can get is this 39 thing.
Okay, but obviously, if we're serious about needing that, then we couldn't put the crew to sleep here, presumably, because there's not going to be any time left to do any of that after we wake them up.
That's affirmative.
Yeah. Okay.
The only time we'd have a chance to do it would be this upcoming pass. Let me check with FAO.
Ecom on conference.
Go ahead, Ecom.
Hey, Larry, did you copy the discussion with Flight there on the mixing valve?
Just part of it. I heard you say that it's working all right.
Yeah, it's working all right. We expect it to go ahead and work all right, but we're talking about a backup procedure.
Okay, no, I didn't hear that part.
Okay, let me go over it with you and tell you what our thinking is, and you might want to get some feeling from the people across the way, but
okay, look,
I think basically they've already concurred on all this.
Okay, you have a backup procedure in case the mixing valve
malfunctions again, right?
Malfunctions again. Or okay, why don't you?
Okay, basically, this is what we would do. We would wake the crew up, ask them to manually position the valve during the point in the orbit where the rad out temp.
Go ahead, Tranquility Base here.
Is minimum.
Right, just want to let you guys know that since you're an hour and a half over your timeline and we're all taking a day off tomorrow, we're going to leave you. See you later.
Mixing valve manually to
I don't blame you for that.
Out temp.
That's a real great day, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Until the primary evaporator temp out temp. So
Sure wish you didn't get that trash out of there.
37? Yeah. Okay, now let me... Okay, is that all?
Yeah, we're just about to do it.
Stand by.
Okay.
Because if you tell me, I'll tell you what they said earlier.
Okay, and the rest of it is that on the hot side, we just verified it was less than 80 for that setting.
Hey, there's the only one
On hot side,
at the bottom it says 64.5.
we verify
and should be valid.
What is less than 80?
Okay, which
That
is
the about out temp is less than 80.
And just above that, on your little pad you gave us, it said single had increased to 65.4. You got me. Well, that's the increased position, okay? Yeah.
And again, we don't expect to have to use it, but if we
15 hours, 1 minute. We have about 2 minutes worth of tape. We'll play that for you now.
You're saying if the valve's stuck open,
yeah,
if the valve was open, what do we do?
it was stuck where all the flow was going to the radiators.
Right, Telco?
Yeah.
As I understand. Okay.
So it made the valve out temp run cold. What it did.
Let me tell you what the 45 guy said earlier today on this subject. Hang on a second, let me find that shit.
Okay, the rescue burns would be done
Okay, yeah, they say
Well, no, wait a minute now. With the PU valve in the increase, so you would use the...
they recommend adjust evaporator outlet temp
65.4 value.
to a 40-degree outlet and min radiator out temp.
The increase,
So they're saying 40 and you're saying 37.
that's right. But the valve is an increase
Yeah.
right now.
Other than that, though, the basic words are about the same.
So for any single bang
Okay, they're saying 40.
Just straight, we go with a
They say 40, right.
2450.
Okay.
Do you still want to query 37?
Yeah, 40 is all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Then we'll just let it go at that then, okay?
We go for
Okay.
68
All right.
2158.
Very good.
Affirm. Okay. Now the only thing about that increase is that we're still looking at the mixture ratio business and trying to understand maybe what he's going to do with the PU valve during the PEI burn. But this won't affect any rescue burns. Okay, because all rescue burns we're going to plan now on the increase. Okay.
We're live now. The Capcom voice on that last transmission was Deke Slayton, the Director of Flight Crew Operations here at MSC.
Looks like he's trying to overpressurize the suit, but he hasn't closed the suit release valve yet. Do you want to tell him something? I think we might ought to remind him to close the suit release valve. Okay, Capcom?
Roger, suit release valve is still in auto.
Right. And it should be closed. Is that right? That's still on. Okay, go ahead for that, please.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We show the suit relief valve still in the auto position. It should be closed, over.
You see it now, Mike? Okay. Okay, suit pressure going up now. ALS, CFM.
Well, you can't have a hanging on top.
Does that mean Mike is cleared for sleep?
What do you say there, Ecom? We go. Okay, we go for sleep, Capcom.
Roger.
And Capcom, yeah. Don't we want to go into the Columbia sleep mode and turn down the uplink on the command module?
Roger, we asked him to stay awake until such time as we got a successful react.
Right, but network flight, isn't that what we want to do?
Roger, this is Capcom, that is what we want to do, man.
Okay, I think we were just advising that we're turning down the uplink now and just reminding him it'll take us about 30 seconds to answer him should he call.
Yeah, that's Roger. We want to go to mode 3.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Flight Telcom, go. Looks like the suit's holding pretty good.
Houston, close, go ahead.
Roger, we've successfully reacquired the high gain antenna. Unless you have some other traffic with us, I guess we'll bid you a good night and let you get some sleep, Mike, over.
Okay, sounds fine.
And we are going to power down the voice subcarrier part of our uplink to you in order that we don't disturb you while we're talking to Tranquility Base. If you need us, just give us a call and we can respond with a time lag of about a minute to a minute and a half in getting reconfigured, over.
Okay, thank you.
Roger, good night.
They advertise in 15 seconds, and I put 15 on top of mine.
Okay. Everybody has his little pad, I guess.
Right, 5 knots for the wife, 5 for the kids.
5 for the green LSO.
We said goodnight to Mike Collins in Columbia at 114 hours, 6 minutes.
Flight Telcom, looks like we got good signal.
Okay. If he expects a call from us on that Telcom, he can tell that all right, he's on board to him.
Say again, Flight.
Does he expect a call from us on that? He can tell that all right from his sensors and his on board that again. Okay.
Echo track.
That sounds like. Is he expecting a go from us for the egress?
We don't have it written in.
Telcom, he's not expecting anything from us here on this Japanese
Echo track.
Flight
Yeah, put your mind at ease, Flight. I think he's going now.
Flight Telcom, looks like the cabin's coming down.
Okay.
4135.
Can you tell us the overhead valve is open?
Not right now, Flight.
And the cabin is coming down now on Tranquility Base.
Yeah.
Looking at his high bid rate over in his thruster configuration, he needs to turn on Baker Bravo 2 and Bravo 1 and Bravo 2 roll jets. He did not configure the auto RTO select correctly.
This is Columbia.
That's confirmed. And you, Econ Flight, you want to bring back up the uplink on the CSC?
It's down to about 3.5 pounds now, holding there.
Okay, we can verify that from Flight team. So he'd be drifting and roll. He has no rope control now at all. Okay. We're still okay. We're still within the dead game. Flight, we're still up there. Okay. Capcom Flight, let's see, that's Bravo 1 and 2 roll.
Columbia, this is Houston.
That's confirmed.
We'd like you to enable thrusters Bravo 1 and Bravo 2, auto RCS select, over.
Down to 2-3.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay. 6 holding.
Okay, Bravo 1, Bravo 2 enabled.
Roger out.
Tranquility Base pressure coming on down now, 1.5 pounds.
Tranquility, this is Houston. For a reference, which dump valve are you using, over?
Flight Econ. Go. Ready to inhibit the voice now?
We used the forward dump valve until about 2 psi, and we're using the overhead now.
Roger out.
Copy, Flight.
They're both open now.
Less than 0.5 pound of pressure now.
Cabin down to 0.28. Okay.
Unofficial time for start of this second depressurization, 114 hours, 8 minutes, 12 seconds.
Flight network. No. Honeysuckle configured mode 5 uplink. What is that? Ranging and
Suit pressure is holding at about 3.9 pounds per square inch. Cabin pressure down to about 1/10 of a pound now.
that as low as that goes?
No, I went on down to 0.4, I think. 0.04.
Yeah, that's right.
There it goes, 0.08. 0.04. Right. There, ready to open.
.04 pounds.
He hasn't lightened it in yard pass on that. No, 5 degrees to be adequate. Experiment flight.
Flight experiment.
Yeah, I've got to open all up. John, have a flip coming right now.
Yes, sir. We're standing by to monitor it.
Okay. Looks like something went out there. Roger, probably the storage container.
There went something. Looked like a portable life support system.
Experiment flight, you see that plane hit the ground?
I'm checking out, Mike.
Thank you, call.
Trying to breathe.
Flight experiments confirmed as they saw it.
There comes the other press.
We copied both clips, flight.
Yeah, I saw at least 4 right up to the house. I checked up the other 2 storage containers and 2 explosives. You want to check with the
Cabin is being repressurized now.
They've thrown it at everything they wanted to throw at it, and I'm sure they verified
The experiments console reports the seismometer recorded both the impacts of those portable life support systems.
The only other thing we tell them here is just good about the arrangement that can work that in. Roger, when we get back up to the 7th,
Might be important from a weight standpoint, like to find out. I don't know what they do.
Cabin pressure up over 1 psi.
Any weight significance.
up to 2 now.
Cabin coming up, he's got a refresh from last year. Yep.
3 pounds per square
Still
inch.
got your plisses in sight, haven't you?
No, they're the foot of the limb. Yeah, but they're in sight.
Okay, very good. Get it done.
Pounds. 4 pounds.
Yeah, needed light.
Leveling off about 4.8.
Hey, experiment, right?
Another thing is you've got the distance sight on also.
Ask Yogi to state
Houston, Tranquility Base, refresh complete.
Roger, Tranquility. We observed your equipment jettison on the TV, and the passive seismic experiment recorded shocks when each plus hit the surface. Over.
You can't get away with anything anymore, can you?
No, indeed.
Go.
He's got the CDU reminder on this. One of those things we don't like to distance sight when you get on that long.
Well, do you think he might go to sleep that way?
Yeah, we thought he was going to turn it off. But it looks like he's going to go to sleep.
What do you think, Capcom? Think he's just why would he be looking at the CDU and conditions?
I don't know.
Capcom? I don't know. Well, we're going to take a look at the
Items scheduled to be
display here.
jettisoned were the 2 portable life support systems,
I guess
the
I have to
lithium
agree that
hydroxide
he's
canister,
got it on now.
and
Chances are pretty good he was
an
just
arm
gonna put it
rest from the limb.
Okay, he's not going to worry too much about that one, but well, he's just got him at the same time. My net is 52 problems, right? He says, well, he's loading in the white deadband, that is taking the CDU thing, and he was just doing the deadband, and it's like maybe
Rather than this.
Okay, Capcom, right? Verify. Let's tell, is now a good time?
We expect the crew to
Tell
turn
the
off the
Tranquility Base
TV
about this ranging
very
thing.
shortly,
Yeah, I think
switching
so.
over
They're coming up on
to
their
another
third
telemetry mode
shortly,
when they turn
probably work it
turn
in.
off the TV
Okay,
switch.
we pass it up, and then we'll go back to the Columbia. Back to Econ Flight to enable the voice. Copy that, Mike. And did you call me for something else?
Tranquility Base, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, when you get back into your surface checklist and come over to the comm reconfiguration on page surface 45, we'd like you to enable the ranging feature on your S-band. That is, when you come down to S-band configuration, instead of caution warning electronics enable TV, we'd like you to go into the range position and leave it there for as long as you conveniently can until you get ready to commence your rest period.
and we'll try to get a little more ranging data on you. Over.
Roger, copy.
And of course, when you get ready to turn in, go back into caution and warning enable. And we'd like to say from all of us down here in Houston, and really from all of us in all the countries and in the entire world, we think that you've done a magnificent job up there today. Over.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day.
Yes, indeed. Get some rest there and have at it tomorrow.
Lady time. Go on the voice for the Columbia.
Telcom flight. Go flight. Let me know when you see that arrangement function working out there. Okay, I don't think we'll be able to. We don't have any telemetry direct from it. I guess Fido can get read out if he's getting valid range from him. Okay, we'll lose the TV to the final when we get to that point. Okay? All right.
Flight Capcom, did I copy that we wanted a different gap load at the same time?
We want a 10-degree deadband flights back here.
Okay.
And then we also would like to have you to take those CDUs off this disky, which you will do when you get the new loading, I guess.
Okay.
And the uplink is unable now.
Houston, Tranquility, did you all come up with any other solution that we might try to the mission timer problem? Over.
Telcom flight.
Stand by, Tranquility. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
Capcom flight. They haven't turned it back on since they shut it down here right after landing, have they?
Don't believe so. I think they pulled the circuit breaker and left it out.
Right, Telcom. Go ahead, Telcom. We got a little procedure on this mission timer that we want to track. Okay. What is it? Capcom's got a copy. Can I have one? Project coming to you. Oh.
Now, as I read it, we're already down here to about step 4 because it's been open cooling down more than 1.5 to 2 hours now.
Right. And if this doesn't work, this is our last shot? Yeah, we tried about the last thing we know here, Mike. Oh, okay.
See Capcom and Motor 1.
Let's get the Columbia first.
Roger.
And Houston, Tranquility, have you had enough TV for today?
Tranquility, this is Houston. Yes, indeed. It's been a mighty fine presentation there.
Okay, signing off. See you again tomorrow.
Roger.
GNC Capcom on Motor 1. This 10-degree deadband load.
And the TV went off at 114 hours.
That's correct.
25 minutes, 47 seconds.
Followed by 2 enters you can address. So, Verb 21 noun 01 enter, 3255 enter, 1616 enter. And that took you them up to the 10-degree deadband.
Now this is Verb 21. Noun 01.
Yeah, he's got it on page F9-7.
F9-7. Okay, and that leaves him with a blank disky when he's through?
That's right. That'll just leave, I'll leave those numbers up on the disky, but they won't be cycling. Okay?
Okay, do you want to do anything to blank the disky?
No, it's okay to leave numbers on it, just not okay. We don't like to have disky cycling for 8 hours straight at a time.
Roger.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over. Roger, sorry to bother you, Columbia. 2 things. We request that you select 10 degrees deadband in your DAP in accordance with the procedures on Foxtrot 9-7 in your checklist. And secondly, we'd like to leave a display on the disky that is not one that's cycling being continuously updated. What you have when you get through widening the deadband be a static display. That'll be satisfactory. Over. Roger, good night again.
Telecom network. Go ahead, Telecom. Go. Okay, apparently he's continuing to come in. Does that mean you've lost the CNW? We've lost the TV. Yeah, okay.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, on your mission timer, we wanted to pull the circuit breaker and let it cool down for an hour and a half to 2 hours. I believe the breaker is currently open. It has been off. So go ahead and reset the mission timer circuit breaker. Put the timer control to reset and hold it in reset for 30 seconds. And then slew it to your desired settings, left to right, and place the timer control to start. Over.
Okay, we'll try it.
Good, okay, we can tell him a little bit about traffic. I've got a list of questions here that I gather that he's kind of saving for the end. I guess they feel like they'd like to talk about it time. If they don't, they can wait till in the morning. How about that? There's just 20 questions on features geology, something like that. Okay. Right, what's up, Mike?
Houston, our mission timer seems to be fluid. Okay, you want to give us a time hack?
Okay, I'll give you a time hack at
LGC,
1143100. It's about 40 seconds from now.
Roger, Tranquility. I'll give you a time hack at 1143100. It's about 30 seconds from now. Over. Stand by for a mark at 11431. Stand by. Mark. Tranquility, this is Houston. Did you copy my mark at 11431?
Roger, thank you, and our mission timer is running now.
Roger, very good.
Good copy, Mike.
And I've got a consumables update for you if you're ready to copy or listen. Over.
Stand by. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, RCS Alpha is 81%. RCS Bravo, 75%. Coming up on 115 hours GET, descent oxygen is 31.8 pounds, or 59%. Descent amp hours, 858. And SNF hours 574, over.
Roger, copy. Thank you very much.
Roger out.
FAO, Casey Adamson, number 9. Fido, flight.
Red flight.
Did you copy my question on the range?
Yeah, I just checked with them to see if they're getting the data.
Oh.
Tranquility, this is Houston. I also have a set of about 10 questions relating to observations you made, things you may have seen during the EVA. You can either discuss a little later on this evening or sometime later in the mission. That's your option. How do you feel, over?
I guess we can take a couple up now.
Okay, and your friendly green team here has pretty well been relieved by your friendly maroon team, and I'll put Owen on with the questions.
Tranquility. Okay, thank you, Bruce. And this?
Good. Tranquility, Houston. First question here is your best estimate of the yaw on the limb as compared to the nominal pre-flight plan, over.
We're going 13 degrees left on the ball, and I think that's probably about right. Looking at the shadow and so on, we're probably about 13 degrees left of the shadow.
Roger, that's 13 degrees left of the shadow. And next question relates to the depth of the bulk sampling that you obtained near the first part of the EVA, and any changes in composition that you might have observed during the bulk sampling interval, over.
I'm not sure I understand that question, but we got a good bit of the ground mass in the bulk sample, plus a sizable number of selected rock fragments of different types.
Roger, Neil. One of the implications here is the depth from which the bulk sample was collected. Did you manage to get down several inches or near the surface, over?
We've got some down from as much as 3 inches in the area where I was looking at the variation with depth in the bulk sample. There really wasn't appreciable difference, and I didn't run into any hard band. Later on, or at some other times in other areas, why I'd get down just a short distance, an inch or two, and couldn't go any further.
Roger, I believe we understand down as deep as 3 inches, did not hit any hard bed, and no significant changes in composition to that depth. Next question, the second SRC was packed rather hurriedly due to the time limitation, and wonder if you would be able to provide any more detailed description of the samples which were included in the second SRC, over.
We got 2 core tubes and a solar wind, and about half of a big sample bag full of assorted rocks, which I picked up hurriedly from around the area. Tried to get as many representative types as I could.
Roger. Neil. Next topic here relates to the rays which emanate from the DIP's engine burning area. We're wondering if the rays emanating from the beneath the engine are any darker or lighter than the surrounding surface. Over.
But it goes right back to cycling discs. People don't like to do that on their farm.
The ones that I saw back in the aft end of the spacecraft,
we told them we don't want to disc users. We told them that.
Appeared to be a good bit darker, and of course, viewed from the aft end, while they did have the sun shining directly on them, it seemed as though the material had been baked somewhat, and also scattered in a radially outward direction. But in that particular area, this feature didn't extend more than about 2, maybe 3 feet from the skirt of the engine. Over.
Roger, understand that near the aft end out to the east, that the rays did appear darker. I understand, Buzz, that these were, this was the appearance of the material which had been uncovered by the rays that appeared darker for 2 or 3 feet extending outward. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say it was necessarily material that had been uncovered. I think some of the material might have been baked or in some way caused to be more cohesive and perhaps flow together in some way. I don't know. Now, in other areas, before we started trampling around out in front, why, we could see that small erosion had taken place in a radially outward direction, but it had left no significant mark on the surface other than just having eroded it away. Now, it was different back in the, right under the skirt itself. It seems as though the surface had been baked in a streaked fashion. And I think a couple pictures on film will show this, but that didn't extend out very far. Over.
Roger, Tranquility, and this baked appearance that you've described, at least the suggestion is that it was due to the heat of the engine at any rate. Next subject did...
I believe so.
Roger. Next subject, did either of the solar panels on the PSE touch the surface of the moon during that deployment? Over.
I think that that 2 corners did touch. Since when it was deployed, both of them didn't come out at the same time. It unfolded a little unevenly, and of course the terrain that it was on was a little bit not quite as level as it would as I would like to have it. And I think that 2 corners did touch to about 1 inch, 3/4 to a half an inch deep, and maybe along the bottom it might have been maybe 3 inches, leaving a small triangular coating on 2 of the corners. And I think these are on the western ones. Over.
Roger, understand the description there. And the next subject on the 2 core tubes which you collected, how did the driving force required to collect these tubes compare? Was there any difference? Over.
Not significantly. I could get down about the first 2 inches without much of a problem, and then as I would pound it in about as hard as I could do it, the second one took two hands on the hammer, and I was putting pretty good dents in the top of the extension rod, and it just wouldn't go much more than, I think the total depth might have been about 8 or 9 inches. But even there, it didn't, for some reason, it didn't seem to want to stand up straight. In other words, I'd keep driving it in, and it would dig some sort of a hole, but it wouldn't just penetrate in a way that would support it and keep it from falling over, if that makes any sense at all. It didn't really to me. Over.
Roger, Buzz. I think I've got the picture. You indicate that little difference between the two samples, and that in each case you got down about 2 inches without any problems, and then had to continue hammering rather vigorously in order to continue driving it into a total depth of 8 or 9 inches. And even at that point, the rods did not want to stay vertical, that they'd tend to fall over on you even after pounding in that far. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's about it. It wasn't a rapid change in resistive force. And also I noticed when I took the bit off that the material was quite well packed, a good bit darker, and the way it adhered to the core tube gave me the distinct impression of being moist. Over.
Roger, understand the general impression of being moist as packed in the core tube. Next question, we did copy your comments prior to the EVA of your general description of the area. We wonder if either of you would have any more lengthy description or more detailed description of the general summary of the geology of the area. Over.
Yeah, we'll postpone our answer to that one until tomorrow, okay?
Yes, indeed. That'll be fine. Just a couple more here, and I think these may not be quite as lengthy as number 7 there. Can you estimate the stroke of the primary and secondary struts? Over.
Well, I could do it like this. So about all the struts are about equally stroked. And the height from the ground to the first step is about 3 feet, or maybe 3.5 feet, huh?
Roger, understand, Neil. Next topic. As just after landing, you pointed out that there was a hill to the west along the plus Z axis from the limb. Are there any large rocks in that direction that might block the solar array during the sunset, as the sunset approaches in your locality? Are there any large rocks that might tend to obscure the array? Over.
I don't believe so. I think that it's about as level as any other areas that we chose.
Roger.
Roger. There's nothing large anyway that's going to get in the way.
Roger, copy. That's also the way it appeared from the television, I think. And now the final question. You commented, Neil, that on your approach to the landing spot, you had passed over a football field-sized crater containing rather large blocks of solid rock, perhaps 10-15 feet in size. Can you estimate the distance to this football-sized crater from your present position? Over.
Fine. You getting range and data?
I thought we'd be close enough so that when we got outside, we could see its rim back there, but I couldn't. But I don't think that we're more than a half mile beyond it. That is, a half mile west of it.
Roger. So you estimate your present position less than a half a mile, approximately west of this large crater. Over.
That's correct.
Okay, well, that takes care of the questions from our geologist for tonight, and
Unless you have something else, that'll be all from us for the evening. Over.
I don't know whether it's valid or not yet, but we are getting.
Telcom.
Okay, thank you.
How about if we turn this caution and warning enable back on?
Yeah, let's go ahead, I think.
And secure the limb.
Secure the limb, and you might want to remind them that figure the uplink for no voice.
The Capcom there
What
was
is it? What do you mean up? Oh, you mean the ground?
astronaut Owen Garriott,
On that, okay.
one of the group of 5 scientist astronauts selected in 1965.
For the crew to get them squared away here to where they can stack us. Flight control. Go. Okay, we're clean. Don't have anything for him. Okay.
Okay, flight looks like we're okay also.
Okay. Surgeon flight.
Go ahead, fine.
You got all your data that you need from the crew before they go to bed?
Roger.
And you're on the right biomed switch? I guess you get both of them on.
We get only one from the LM, and we're on the commander, which is what I wanted to see tonight.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Flight, go ahead, flight.
Okay, we can tell them that we've got the ranging data now, and they can take the range switch back to caution and warning enable, and we're ready to sign off. Okay, okay.
Flight system, good.
Go.
Tranquility Bay, Houston, we've now collected all the ranging data that we can use, and you can go back to caution and warning enable, over.
And we want to verify that they threw out the flight plan items.
Roger, will do.
Capcom flight. Flight with it. Let's just verify that they threw out the flight plan items on the moon. Just keep our weight straight. They did throw out the old flight plans. Or flight plan items. I'm sorry, Capcom, I'm not with you.
Maybe throw out the items that call for protector.
Okay, you mean like the clips, two clips and so forth? Yeah, there's 3 or 4 items there. I think they're supposed to throw it at VMware. Okay.
I think we know the clip went out.
Yeah, we can
question about what went in the storage bag.
Do we want to ask specifically, or just ask for the items? No, I think that would do it. And just ask them if they threw out the items, all the items that the same items that the checklist called for. Right. Oh, Capcom flight. Okay, go ahead. I don't think they ever officially said that they put the disc on the surface. Could you ask them to verify they did that too, please? The disc on the surface? The disc, it has the message of goodwill from X numbers of countries. Okay. X being a large number, I don't know what it is. There you are, 100 or something.
Tranquility Base, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, two more verifications here. Will you verify that the disk with messages was placed on the surface as planned, and also that the items listed in the flight plan, all of those listed there, were jettisoned, over?
All that's verified.
Roger, thank you, and I hope this will be the final good night.
Okay.
Capcom, Telcom, and Network, and Ecom. Y'all, y'all here?
Network there.
Capcom is. Okay, we're going to leave the uplink to the Tranquility Base enabled, the voice uplink. Okay, sure. And what this means to us is that if for some reason Columbia calls,
Tranquility
we will
Base
have to
has
take the uplink
confirmed
down
that
before we
they left on the lunar surface all the items they had
but
planned
we've got
to.
to activate Columbia's uplink anyway.
We
So
have
we
said
can be able to
goodnight
do those two things
to
simultaneously, and this will leave us in a
Neil
position
Armstrong
to immediately
and Buzz Aldrin.
for the limb. Sounds good. And likewise to call him immediately. Although I
We
timed
will
you in
continue
there,
to
Network,
monitor
and you're able to get that activated in about
throughout
30
this
seconds.
rest period,
Flight.
which is scheduled to
And Capcom, we
end
noticed
at about
that the
122 hours elapsed time. We're now
he's already asleep.
114 hours, 53 minutes.
Okay.
Should there be any further conversations with either Tranquility Base or Columbia, we will come back up and bring those to you. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Station CCAS 10, we're processing LIM and LTC data from Guam, formats 5 and 15, due to frequent drops out of the LIM data from Honeysuckle.
Telcom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Give me a hack whenever you think you've got one on that new O2 usage right here.
Okay, we got it. Well, stand by one. Look at the temperature a minute.
I didn't really think you had enough time yet, but...
All stations CCAS 10, we're processing
Can you tell?
data.
You can't tell when the when that caution and when enable is back on. You said or off. Can you, Telcom?
Fido, flight.
Flight Telcom.
Go, Telcom.
Flight, we can go ahead and give you what we had on those rates. It'll be about another hour or hour and a half before the temperature stabilizes out on that tank.
Okay, well, after you get a hack on it in a couple of hours, let me know, please.
Okay. Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Flight.
Fido, tell me when you see the range and go off the limb downlink.
It's very difficult to do, Flight. I mean, I can give you a mark a little bit, I guess, if it's tagged. But, you know, we don't see it instantaneous, but I'll have them run it down.
Okay, well, I don't know why we don't know that instantaneously, but...
Because we cannot process limb data, tracking data on the surface of the moon.
Yeah, but somebody must be looking at the downlink.
It comes in only on the
never
online.
mind, I'll ask the network.
Okay.
Network, flight?
Flight network.
Could you tell me when you see the range and go off the limb downlink, please?
Roger.
And Fido, flight?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
If
Flight.
I was a guy that wanted ranging data, I think I would be looking at it somewhere down in here.
Flight, I didn't want
I know you didn't, but I was thinking those guys down on the first floor probably would.
Well, they were looking at it, but they had to go to an online print.
Yeah.
Instead of a tube.
Okay.
Flight network. We have no ranging now.
Okay, thank you. Did you copy that, Belcom?
-5.
Network says it ranges off the limb downlink now, so we assume they've been able to CNW.
Roger, okay.
Control flight. Control flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
How are your temperatures doing?
We've noticed a decrease on most of them since we've been on the lunar surface. That's pretty general. I can get the specifics for you if you like.
The sun isn't affecting any of them?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, one of them's been real funny. The RR temperature. At one point, the thing was going down pretty low, and then it cycled back by pretty low. I mean, around 8 degrees, which is still, you know, it's still okay, no problem. And then it's gone back up to 40, and now it's sitting at about 25. So I don't know. It's kind of funny. We don't really. It's kind of hard to explain if we're getting a little different sun angle on it or what.
None of the other ones show any evidence of any excessive heating due to the sun?
Negative. Everything. If anything, they're cooling down a little bit.
Okay, and you don't see any problem with it cooling down either?
Negative.
Okay, and I understand that you're going to be keeping track of the PIPA counts. I'm kind of interested in some kind of an evaluation about the PIPA rates here while we're sitting on the lunar surface.
Okay.
Like we talked about, I think, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Have you got any data on that yet?
Yeah, let me get all the numbers pulled together for you. I can tell you right now, everything looks real good. The IRIGs and the PIPAs.
Okay, tell me about those numbers when you get a chance here. And I'd like for you to bring your schematic up here when you get a chance and tell me about this circuit breaker.
Okay, will do.
Right, Econ? Go.
Looks like the mixing valve
Go.
worked okay that time.
Okay, thanks. GNC and Ecom?
Econ.
Guidance, how does the CSM look?
Econ looks
Except for
good,
that disky flight, everything looks fine.
Okay.
GNC looks good, fine.
Okay, go ahead now, Mark.
GNC procedures, system 1.
Go ahead.
You tell your GNN guy that TS PAP is ready for pickup.
Okay.
flight, network.
Go, network.
We did not get the ranging turned around.
Raj, okay.
We copy that.
All stations CCAS 10 with LOS.
Columbia,
Flight network.
CMC data.
LOS CSM.
Raj Ecom, network.
Telcom control, keep all those eyeballs on the tubes.
Right.
Roger, flight.
We have a checkpoint.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ecom. Sure, go ahead. Flight Telcom.
Go, Telcom.
Okay, be advised, we're going to do some calibrations here. It means we're going to lose our analog recorders and our events for about 15 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. You gonna do 5-point cal?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, have at it.
Flight Network.
Go, network.
Yeah, also, we've been running with our CPs out of sync for quite a while now, and I'd like to go ahead and recycle both CPs
Okay,
and get them up in sync.
stand by. Telcom, can you take CP recycle?
What does all that mean?
How long are you gonna be down, Dave?
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
How about you, guidance?
Say again, Flight?
Can you stand the CP recycle?
Yes, sir.
You and Fido?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, stand by one on that, will you?
Okay, stand by.
We got to adjust some computations. Flight Fido.
Go, Fido.
2.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're go on all that.
Okay, Dave, go ahead.
Roger, thanks, Flight.
All stations stick the loss of data is due to the CP recycle at this time.
Flight, RTC.
RTC, go ahead.
FC mode, please. CP's up.
Okay. You have it?
Thank you.
Inco track my loop. GNC, this is Retro. GNC, this is Retro. GNC, this is Retro. GNC, this is Retro.
Network. Flight.
Go.
Hey, I have some news for you, Blake, that I believe you'd be most interested in, and elated at. Almost like dessert. Ranging data came in, and most of it was valid.
KNC, this is Retro.
This is Apollo Control at 115 hours, 50 minutes.
Flight, are they asleep yet?
It's been almost an hour
Can't confirm it yet.
since we said goodnight to Tranquility Base.
Hey, you don't have you asleep?
Dr. Kenneth Beers, the flight surgeon on this shift,
Tell me something now.
Okay.
reports that he does not believe that Neil Armstrong is asleep yet. From his heart rate, he thinks he's resting and perhaps dozing from time to time, but he doesn't believe that he's asleep. Neil is the only one being monitored in Tranquility Base. There is no biomedical instrumentation for Buzz Aldrin. Dr. Beers reports Mike Collins is sound asleep in Columbia.
You did?
As it
Is that
orbits
a
the
bad
moon.
idea?
I think it's a good idea.
As a matter of fact, I think two people tried it
Columbia
out
has
over here,
just
about a couple months ago.
entered its 21st revolution of the moon.
Don Lynn and Joe Kerwin.
All systems
Yeah, they're going to do this.
on the lunar module are
Well,
in good
what's
order,
in now?
showing cabin pressure of 4.9 pounds per square inch, cabin temperature 62 degrees Fahrenheit.
Hey, how would you like to hear about what we've got going down
We have not heard from Tranquility Base since saying goodnight, and we have not attempted to call them. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Flight from Control.
Go.
If I get me a warm body out here, can I go get me a bite to eat? He'll be watching the same date as he
Where's
watching
your back room?
Pardon?
Put all your guys in the back room.
They are in the back room, but I thought maybe you'd want to contact. I'll use Telcom if that's all right.
It's okay. As long as your guys are back there watching.
Okay.
Flight span.
Yeah.
On LIM 6, there's going to be hammocks provided in that spacecraft.
6, huh?
That's firm.
Okay. Surgeon, meet Telcom on Walker 2.
procedures, Span.
Go, Span.
Hey, look at channel 13 on your TV set.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking. Which one?
You see it?
TV channel 13, right?
Oh, no, I mean on your commercial television set.
Oh, stand by.
It's too late. Forget it.
You care not to discuss the symbology there?
You didn't see it, did you?
No. You could. Is it describable in words, or is it the moment lost?
It's lost. Forget it.
Is that it right now? There is that what you're?
Being a eunuch, you wouldn't appreciate it anyway.
Is that a lunar picture there on there now? Or is that part of the jewelry you got for your new suit?
Say again?
Is that part of the jewelry you got for your new suit?
AFC network.
Pro, Span.
Go ahead.
Do you have channel 13 up on your commercial?
Yeah.
I'm going to see some interesting old-time space films made in Germany.
Okay.
Span, AFD. Span, AFD.
AFD span.
Just occurred to us, where do you find the time to monitor this non-operational TV?
I find the same time you find. Just trying to keep you awake out there, Charlie, for God's sakes.
We kind of catfish the voice loops or something.
It's real interesting. Besides, what else you got to do?
Flight fighter. Go ahead, fighter. Oh, he's tight. Is milk tied up with the salt? More or less, yeah. Oh, when you get loose, I got something else groovy for you if you want to see it. Okay, everybody stand by for the CSM AOS, ECOM. NC.
ECOM, Roger.
AOS CSM.
Roger. All stations CCASTM, we're processing CSM data in formats 5 and 15, 200 cycle, low bit rate.
Site we have a hacking antenna. We're looking in here.
Roger, ECOM. Boy, it acquired fast, didn't it?
Yeah.
GNC has your flash and disky.
Still working, play.
Well, you can't tell from your display, though, can you?
Sure.
How?
All the registers are just counting attitude changes. CDU attitude changes.
Yeah, but if some of them are burned out, if the lights are burned out on board, you won't know that, will you? Oh, you see the signal that the computer's trying to light up, but that, don't you? Good question. Be surprised if it was some other way, but it might be.
I think our registers in the dialing get the same inputs out of the same, off the same relay spot. I have to check on that.
Hey, Span Procedures, AFD conference.
Go ahead.
Guy there looks like he just finished a meal in the cafeteria.
He's beautiful.
Hey, AFD, this is Retro.
Go, Retro.
What channel is all this going on?
Red?
Huh?
What's that, John?
What channel is all this happiness that's going on and everybody wants to look at?
It's back here. It's on this one
Oh,
setting.
I see. I don't have one.
We want it on the channel?
No. I just listen to, and I think your comments are pertinent, and I got one that Molnar can pull on him. How does Span know that he's a eunuch? He can only do that with some test that, But far be it for me to get in there tonight with Steve Cannon.
Okay, you go back to bed now.
Okay, far be it for me to ever say anything nice about you, eunuch.
Glad you come.
So,
CSM looks good here.
okay. DNC, you look good?
Roger, fine. I look real good.
Surgeon, is Mike still asleep?
Roger, Mike's heart rates are running down 38, 39.
And
About
he's
as bad as you can
suspended
get.
animation.
Right, and I wish I could say the same for Neil, but he's trying awful hard, but he hasn't quite made it yet.
Okay.
When this happens to my kids, I say they're overtired.
You have sensors on your kids?
Well, they just don't want to go to sleep when they should be, you know. And that's what's happening here. You see, he's obviously trying. He's quiet now, but he can't seem to go to sleep.
Okay. My experience has been that kids don't want to go to sleep when the parents want them to go to sleep, not necessarily the kids.
Well, maybe that's what's happening here. By the way, they don't have a pinochle deck up there, do they?
I don't know. I have to ask the FAO here. We ought to ask the experiments guys. Their instruments are so sensitive that they could probably calculate the fall of the cards there and be able to tell us.
Now, what loop are they on? Are they SSR conference?
I don't know.
Because they wanted to know when they were moving, and a while ago they were. Neil was moving around to correlate their sensors with what.
Experiments like what loop is that you want the doctor to talk to you on? SSR1?
That's affirmative. SSR conference, pardon me.
SSR conference, okay.
Minutes ago, they were moving around. I mentioned it on the loop, but I don't think you heard me. If you had any evidence of activity, the crew was moving.
Okay, unfortunately, our computer is down right now.
Oh, okay. Well, if this happens again, I'll announce it over SSR conference.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the time of the movement was 1:50:58.
Thank you.
11558. I'm sorry, 11558.
Glenn already knows about that apparently because he's the one I heard mention to somebody else, and he'll be on tomorrow. He'll be the one that'll do that. So the only thing is to just go ahead and get the procedures squared away, which Control can help you with if he's back from his chow.
Yeah, well, I already gave him the procedure that I had inked in.
Okay, I asked him the question, what happens if we open those valves and end the stage? Do they close or do they stay open?
No, they stay open. They're magnetically latched open.
But the magnetism goes away, doesn't it?
No, it shouldn't. It could shuttle close, but theoretically, they put power on it to open it. It's a Parker valve. They put power on it to open it, and it should remain open, latched open. But it doesn't make any difference anyhow. I think they're doing it soon enough to where they'd probably be augmented by the time they do that anyhow. But the whole idea was to keep them open so that the temperature would never build it up. But they'll stay open.
Okay.
Only thing I can't find a record of is whether a procedure ever went up to the crew. And I don't know that. I think maybe they're just going to play that in real time. I know Glenn's aware of it.
Okay, well, tell your cohort when he comes on to relieve you about all that. Well, I plan on setting it up. Flight. How about some HIPAA stories here?
Yeah, I'm going to be right up there flying.
Okay, that and the jolly old engine arm business.
Okay. Let me just eat this piece of toast here and I'll be right
Oh,
back.
yeah. Go ahead. Finish your chow.
flight surgeon, the commander's moving around.
Inco track my loop.
Okay.
Inco track.
Inco, Telcom. Hey, did you get one of these worksheet copies, 119, 121? Here's one copy. I'll send it down to you. No, it's got one copy. Oh.
AFD network.
Flight Surgeon.
Go ahead.
The commander's definitely moving around again. Quite restless.
Okay.
Experiments Telecom Conference.
Experiment Surgeon on SSR Conference.
Go ahead, Surgeon.
The crew, at least the commander, is showing a lot of evidence of moving around since about 1:16:19. In case you are picking anything up.
No, thanks, but our computer's still down here.
Okay.
Give you a call when we're back up and see if you got anything then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Experiments Telecom, you look.
Telcom, this is Experiments ESET Conference.
Yeah, Bert?
Yeah.
Hey, don't you guys, hadn't you set up this laser experiment? You don't have anything to do with it?
Oh, we know some things about it. What you got?
Oh, they were trying to determine the exact position of the limb. I was just curious, can't they, one of the objectives of this laser experiment to determine real precisely the position of the moon or something?
You're right, Merrill, and we're trying to pursue that, and there's a lot of, there's all kinds of inputs in. This is Jim.
Okay.
On whether they got a return or not.
I was just thinking they
And
might
we
be able
cannot positively say right now, with all assurances and feel well about it, that they did get a return from it.
Oh, okay. I was just having to think that might be able to use that to determine the approximate position of the spacecraft, since it's a relative close proximity.
We pursued that as soon as they reported it, and when I went back and, hey, let's confirm their positions and everything to do this, well, it came back like, well, we're not positive.
Okay. So y'all are already done on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Just curious.
Right.
surgeon experiments on conference.
Experimus is a surgeon.
Bursts.
Yeah, they're
30 seconds apart.
The commander is showing evidence of moving, stopped moving about 30 seconds.
GNC span, Mocha 1.
Good, man.
Now, let me talk to you on this loop, Jack, because the surgeons are using SSR conference here.
Sure.
I got a reply back from Building 45 on this SPS performance data, flow rates, and thrust.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're saying is that the mixture ratio, SPS mixture ratio, is lower than predicted, than pre-flight predictions by 4% due to
As it
the
always is.
higher expected fuel flow rate.
Yep.
So what they did was they took the pre-flight predictions and they biased it by the 4%. Well, they biased, let's see, to get a flow rate oxidizer, they biased it by 4%, and for fuel, they biased it by 9%. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure. My mind's not too coherent right now anyway, but that doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't make sense. Let me go back and check.
What did it, just for kicks, what do they got for, all I'm really interested in is dual increase position. What do they say the flow rate should be for dual banquet increase PU valve?
Oh, that's what they gave us from that query that came in yesterday.
Oh.
Do you have that there? I've got it.
Oh, that was 68.5, wasn't it?
Oh,
yeah,
I'd say PU increase after crossover is 26.32 and 42.21. Yeah, that's 68.5.
Right. Okay.
Okay,
that's
but
all I'm really interested in.
You don't want dual and normal because they might be flying?
Yeah, we do, but no. Well, what's the prediction on what he's going to... Is there yet a prediction on what the PU valve usage will be during the burn? I mean, what percentage he's going to be increased and what percentage he's going to be normal?
No.
No word on that.
No. It's up.
Well, we can only go with our PU valve increase than predictions.
Yeah, you can assume
for that burn.
Well, in LOI 1, how long did it take them to get to, before they had a good increase? It was pretty quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think it was within a minute, and then they left it there, and they maintained within 50 pounds by going a full increase.
I'm not sure anybody ever asked the crew what they did with the PU valve.
Yeah, I'm not.
I guess we were leaving it for post-flight analysis. I never did, and I don't believe, I know Gary didn't. I was on all that time, and
yeah,
we just chose, they got busy doing other things, and it wasn't really pertinent.
Okay, well, for Retro, who has been the guy that's been calling for this, probably the most expected would be the dual bore increase. Well, that's 68.5, and they're predicting dual bore normal as 67.4.
That's exactly what we got. How about that?
Which is, okay, which is 60 to 68.5. That's 1.1 pounds per second. That's not going to...
What about single bank increase? What do they say about that?
Single bank increase, they were really reaching to get a number, but they came out with 66.0.
Yeah, okay.
And also I've got thrust numbers.
Alrighty.
For single bore increase, thrust 20,800.
Single, oh, okay.
Single bore increase, and single bore, dual bore normal, 21.3.
Okay, that's pretty close to what we had.
Okay, well look, I'm
A little low on that single increase, but
I'm gonna approve this reply that they gave us, since the numbers seem to jive with what we've got, and then I'll get a copy out there to you, and I'll send a copy of the SSR.
Okay.
Okay, good enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Span GNC motor 1.
GNC span.
Hey, Larry. Did you say you were going to send me a copy of that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right.
Surgeon, Telcom. Would you meet me on Mocha 2? Flight, Telcom.
Go ahead, Telcom.
We just report here that we show both the commander and the LMP have gone to suit disconnect on their hoses moving around.
Okay.
It could be they're trying to get a little warmer. They might be too cool, trying to remove the suit flow from the loop.
Any problem with that?
No.
This is Apollo Control at 116 hours 50 minutes. All systems in both Columbia and Tranquility Base still operating very well. No problems. Dr. Kenneth Beer's report is the same as the one an hour ago. The data from Neil Armstrong indicates he is resting, but he's not believed to be asleep. Not following the pattern of sleep, but he is resting. Cabin pressure is holding steady at 4.9 pounds per square inch. Temperature at 62 degrees Fahrenheit. The consumables in Tranquility Base are still in good shape. We're showing 45.5% of the descent water still remaining. Water very important for cooling on the lunar surface. Showing 63% of the oxygen supply in the descent stage still remaining. Both of those consumables in the ascent stage, very high, have not been used yet. 2 water tanks in the ascent stage, one showing 97.6% the other showing 98.4. 2 oxygen tanks in the ascent stage, one reading 93.5%, the other 96.8%. Mike Collins still asleep in Columbia. At 116 hours 52 minutes, all still going well with both spacecraft. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Flight Tucker.
So,
I'll take off a couple of minutes here. The backroom guys watching and control can be your contact.
okay.
Ecom flight, is that mixing valve doing its thing?
It's doing its thing, Flake.
Okay.
the comm, how do your systems look?
TCOM looks good.
GNC's going fine.
Okay. Surgeon, you happy with the CMP?
Yeah, he's still basal.
I guess that's good.
That's good. Flight surgeon, it looks like the commander's about as quiet as he's going to get, too. I haven't seen his heart rate drop much down below 55 for the last couple of minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Surgeon, Econ.
Econ FAO Local 1.
Go ahead.
Rod, you had told previous FAO you wanted a water dump not later than 1:33 hours.
Yeah.
And I just sort of heard the tail end of your conversation where you didn't want to wait any longer than that. I don't presume you were really tying it down the way you wouldn't wait till 133:30.
That's affirmative.
Go.
1:33:30.
The commander's sleeping
Do it the back
now.
side.
I've been holding off telling you about it because every time I was about to tell you I'd see another burst of activity, but I think he's quieted down now and he's sleeping. He's got rates in the upper 40s now.
Oh, okay, thank you. span, Flight. Flight span. Bob Ward back there? Negative. Okay, he's not on yet.
LOS Columbia Flight.
Okay.
With that LOS of the CS.
Telcom control, how does everything look?
This is Telcom, everything looks real good. Control stepped off a minute.
Go ahead.
Hey, how do you feel about a water dump?
How do you feel about a fat lip?
At 133.30.
133.30.
Right.
Is that behind the
Yes, behind the moon.
Luna Firma?
See, that's the only way we know to do them now.
Okay. Dump away, Malva.
Okay. Thought you'd appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
Just think that's the last one you have to put up with in lunar orbit.
Put up with my last one. Lunar orbit already. You don't know that.
Oh, just tell me something. Go ahead.
Fido.
Brings up something I meant to ask you about while
It's time for one of them there checkpoints.
Front section up there.
Telcom control O&P. Go.
Always doing just before rest period.
Go, Fido. Roger.
Yeah, if we can.
Why does it say that instead of always doing it behind the moon?
Well, the thinking was by doing them just before rest period, you'd have all through the night for the droplets of water to depart from the spacecraft, and you got into landmark tracking or sighting or anything like that, then you wouldn't have any droplets of water interfering.
I thought we found out in 10 that the water drops only stayed around like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's right. Fido may have some input here that some more justification.
Well, Fido was the one that he wants it behind the moon, but that ain't what the Franklin says. You'll always do. That's why I was asking the question. No, what Fido wants. He always wants it behind the moon.
Okay, when the behind the moon criteria has just recently been developed.
No, it's just recently been adhered to, you bum.
I totally get something out of it.
As long as there was a Fido wants it behind the moon.
You know, when we first started this program, like last mission or the one before, we could just dump water and purge and urinate anywhere we wanted to.
Just like a little child, right? We have
just any way we wanted to.
We have since house trained you, haven't we?
You bet you.
You are now broken. Paper trained, they say.
Our diet is on so tight we can't do anything.
Did we see anything different on this mission than the 15-minute time participation of the water drop?
Fido, Econ. Yeah. Did you copy that question?
Did we see anything on this mission that means it took longer than 15 minutes for the water drop to participate so that you could use the section of the two-star sighting and so forth? I don't know. I didn't.
Yes, that's really.
I don't recall anybody asking them, how long it took for them to dissipate.
But at one time they were talking like, okay, if you have to do any sightings or anything like that, it's going to be an hour or so before you can do it.
That was before 10.
Yeah, that's right. This is a hang on from that. Yeah, I think your 15, 20 minutes is the right number now.
Well, if he's right though, and this crew never has said, I don't guess we really know whether that's true always or not. That's why we need input from this crew to find out if it's true or true on Jen, and if it's true on this one, then yeah, I think we got us a solid rationale, but until we know whether it's true on this mission, I hate to make plans with anything.
Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah, and we may as well get another data point.
The problem is, especially on the translunar, when we're coming up on a mid-course and we say we're going to dump within 2 hours. The period within 2 hours is always busy with P-52s and Sexton star sighting, all that kind of good stuff. That unless you really know how long it takes that stuff to dissipate, it's
Simple
hard to work
enough.
it in.
Yeah, I understand. And I don't know, maybe guidance would probably be the guy that have more input on that. And really get down to it, I guess the crew's the only one that can answer it for us.
Somebody else asking that question, I guess the guy that's supposed to replace the guy that asked.
Call up channel 58, flight. Let's see, CO2, you see after we changed the cartridge down there, it's been reading off scale low ever since.
What is it dotted what it actually was?
Say again, flight?
The dotted is what it is, and
Yes,
the
the dotted.
solid is what's predicted.
That's firm.
Okay.
Okay, here's a decent water. Looks like we're running pretty fat. The heavy line is the predicted, and we're running about 4 to 5 pounds per hour usage, which is somewhat less than predicted here. So we're pretty fat.
Okay.
Here we have the O2. You can see the temperature reflection in the trend there, causing it to show a upward trend. We're somewhat above the prediction in the red line. Pretty good shape. You see the amp hours?
That second one took a little bit more than the first one, didn't it?
I believe it took about the same.
GNC
Oh, you mean the comeback though?
No, I was talking about the repressurization. Looked like it took a little bit more. How about your leak rate?
Hey, would you
Hey,
get
can
your
you tell
comm
me
guy to
about
meet
that
check
yet?
on
Is it
secret
No, you
CM
can
on it?
see
pretty tough, isn't it?
Pretty tough. We're still behind the power curve on the temperature. It hadn't caught up
Would you get your comm guy? Would you get your comm guy to meet
Since
check
we
on
did
secret
2
CM on it?
represses there, it really dropped the temp.
Oh, okay.
And take a look at the amp hours.
Yeah.
Com guy to meet check on CCAT TM.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's channel 64, fine. Okay, flight. The heavy line at the top is the predicted nominal, and we see we did the EVA a little early. Profile went up, and now it's converging, and we're just a little above the nominal. Good shape.
Okay.
Can't raise any com guys procedures.
Okay, thank you, Telcom.
Roger.
Ecom network.
All continues to go well with both Columbia orbiting the moon, now in its 22nd revolution, and Tranquility Base on the surface of the moon. Flight surgeon Dr. Kenneth Beers says his data continues to indicate that Neil Armstrong may be dozing, but he's sure that he is not sleeping soundly or well. Heart rates have been down in the 50s at times, but have not stayed there very long. He believes he may be sleeping fitfully and dozing, but stirring around quite a bit. Mike Collins still sleeping in Columbia, and the lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin is not instrumented, so the doctors cannot determine whether he's asleep or not. Cabin pressure in the lunar module still holding steady at 4.9 pounds per square inch. Temperature has dropped 1 degree since the last report, now reading 61 degrees Fahrenheit. All consumables still in good shape. This is Mission Control, Houston.
CSM.
All stations, CCAS TM. Still processing CSM, formats 5 and 15 from Honeysuckle.
Flight Econ, we
Local
required on
three.
high gain antenna.
Flight Telcom.
Go, Telcom.
Okay, Charlie?
Yeah, just a minute. Go ahead.
Did the network get to you on this problem we got coming up on the handover?
Yeah.
We look like we got a handover here, and they're not positive they can do it without dropping the uplink for less than 40 milliseconds, which will trigger the onboard Seaway.
Right.
Alarm.
Yeah, I know that. Well, you got to hand over, and no question about that. And just do it carefully as they can. I know I talked to Network. He talked about they might hand over to Ascension instead of Madrid. They're going to look at it a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the thing about it, we ought to make sure that we hand over just once, I guess.
Right. Absolutely. And for our purposes, Ascension is as good as Madrid. If it turns out to be better to hand over to.
Why don't we note in our logs that next time, let's hand over before they go to sleep?
Like, the problem is that Madrid is just coming up, and we're going to be losing Honeysuckle, and we couldn't have handed over earlier.
Okay. But we're using a 30-footer?
We may.
I don't think even using a 30-footer we could have got it.
Flight Econ?
Go.
We look good here.
Okay.
Same as GNC flight.
Oh, okay. Surgeon has Collins look.
He's asleep, Mike.
Okay. Still basal, huh?
Garage.
Or was that nasal?
Basil.
Flight Network.
No.
Yeah, I think if you look at channel 61 here, you'll see what our problem is. The fact is that we lose the Pacific sites all about the same time, and we gain the Atlantic sites about the same time.
Okay. Well, tell those guys to make the handover right.
Roger, Flight. As soon as we get the plan worked out, we're going to brief them.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
Okay, if they do this handover, you might consider waking the crew up to advise them. Or if you choose not to do that, if they do the handover and it drops the 6th string, the procedure would be to simply punch out the master alarm light and the range switch to off, reset, to reset the caution light, and back to CWE enable.
Right, but there's no point in waking them up unless you drop the carrier too long anyway. Just let them alone, and if they do a good handover, you won't need to say anything to anybody.
Yeah, you just might surprise them. I just want everybody to be aware of what the procedure is in case it does.
Right.
And Capcom, did you copy that?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. I didn't hear what was going on until you were talking about having to wake the crew up, and that woke me up.
Okay. There's a possibility, about an hour and a half or so, they're working on the exact time now of a handover, which will possibly drop the uplink receiver signal strength. And in doing such, it gives them a master alarm. Okay, to reset it, they simply punch out the master alarm light, and the range switch, they go to off, reset, and then back to CWE enable.
Okay.
That resets their caution on the S-band receiver. Caution.
You won't have to do this for an hour and a half or so, you think?
That's firm.
Yeah, they just may hand it over and not drop the steerable anyway.
How long does it have to stay unlocked before the master caution illuminates?
Well, they only lose lock for 40 milliseconds, and she goes.
No time, it's in REAC, isn't it?
Well, we're in slew.
In slew, not REAC.
So it's just sitting there.
I see.
But an absence of a signal string will trigger the warning.
Telcom, Capcom Systems 2.
Did you call Capcom?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about this slew position. Doesn't the antenna have an automatic acquisition in the slew position, just like the CSM and REACT?
Negative.
Doesn't.
The LIM doesn't have that feature.
I see.
But now he will not won't slew off.
It'll presumably stay where he's got his pot set.
That's right.
And there won't be very much difference.
Shouldn't move.
Yeah.
Should just stay there.
Okay. As long as it's got a carrier to look at.
Well, even
I suppose it'd stay there, but
even if it doesn't have a carrier, it should just stay there. That's one reason we left it in the slew vice the auto.
I see.
See, if we left it in the auto, it would slew off to the end of the stop whenever we lose a signal on the uplink.
Now that switch doesn't have an auto position. You mean lunar stay?
Oh, we have an auto, yes.
It's not labeled that way, is it?
Track mode, auto, and slew.
Okay.
So right above the pitch dial there.
Yeah, I see.
flight network.
Go.
Okay, we're going to do this handover at 11830. We're going to hand over from Honeysuckle to Ascension, and we're going to do it without causing that alarm to go off.
Hey, Capcom, you want to stand by for all that?
Right.
How do they guarantee you to do it without causing the alarm?
We have faith.
I see.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
Flight, if we do have to talk to the crew here and they wake up, I wonder if we could query them to why they went disconnect on their pseudo valve. Let's assume they got too cold, but we'd like to check that.
Well, why don't you write that in your log and we'll ask them tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Or later this morning, have you look at the time. But we won't bother them anything more than just that switch if we wake them up.
Roger, flight.
flight, RTC. Go. We're handing the limb from Honeysuckle to Ascension at 1:18 hours, 30 minutes.
Okay, we're standing by to watch you do that. Good work.
Roger.
Sergeant, Telcom, could you meet me on Marker 2? The commander is awake now.
Yes, he's awake.
Okay.
Oh, he was about a minute ago. His heart rate went up over 80.
Okay.
Network Capcom. Network Capcom.
Great, Capcom.
I was just wondering if you activate the Ascension uplink or carrier before securing the Honeysuckle carrier, isn't this something that would prevent the unlock?
That is the procedure.
Okay, and so how long are you going to turn them on ahead?
We don't expect a problem.
I see.
What they do is the second site, which in this case is Ascension, brings his carrier up and 0 beats with the other, okay?
Yep.
And then Honeysuckle bring his down.
Okay.
And it should be no problem.
Okay. We'll stand by here for this handover.
Roger.
Insurgent.
Roger, flight blue white.
Looks like they handed over, Frank.
Very good.
Didn't get a MC&W?
Negative MC&W.
Outstanding. Oh, did we get it? Ecom, did we get it then? Telcom? I mean Telcom. Did we just drop it then?
We dropped signal strength a little, but it didn't drop below the level.
Okay.
They did the good thing.
Very good. Uh-oh. Telcom, flight, are you locked in solid?
Yeah, we're looking good, fine.
Okay.
We're on a 30 site now, and we've seen a few dropouts before.
Okay. Fine hand over there, RTC. Ecom, GNC, your system still look good?
Ecom's good.
GNC looks good. See? Telcom control, you guys still happy?
We're happy, fine.
Control's happy, fine. Okay.
Capcom FAO, can you come up by director too?
Go ahead. As the crew and a limb, both of them sleep with helmets on, with earphones plugged in?
I would guess it's only one of them. So that in case they do get an alarm like this, they'll only wake the one up.
But you don't know, which one it would be, or whether there's been any rationale on that crew, which one is going to do anything like that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I really don't know. I would guess from the CSM, when they get back together, they'll pass the duty around on the way home and on the way out, but I don't really know.
Okay. Thank you.
Flight Network. Go ahead, Network. I'd like to recycle the CPs, about 3 minutes. What for, by the way? We're having a problem shipping loads from here. Okay, stand by. Why not wait till after we lose the CSM anyhow? I don't know if it makes any difference. Can you wait? Well, we can wait 25 minutes, but I understand there are a couple people who want to get some loads out. Okay. Now this is not a serious constraint, but we'd like to get them recycled if we can. Stand by. How about ECOM, GNC, Telecom Control?
ECOM, I'd like about 5 more minutes here, please.
Okay. GNC? That's okay, fine. How about Telecom Control? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, we'll wait about 5 minutes, Network. Guidance, AFD on flight record. Go. Trying to get some loads out now.
We got all our loads out a few minutes ago.
Okay. We'll wait a few minutes, Network.
This is Apollo Control at 118 hours 50 minutes. Flight controllers here in the Mission Control Center continue to monitor the systems of Eagle at Tranquility Base constantly, and of Columbia when that spacecraft is within acquisition on the front side of the moon. And they are in acquisition of Columbia telemetry now, as it's in its 22nd revolution. Everything continuing to go very well. All systems normal. Mike Collins still asleep very well in Columbia.
Okay, if I can't recycle those CPs now, I just...
Neil Armstrong sleeping fitfully, if indeed he is asleep at all, at Tranquility Base. Throughout this rest period, the cabin pressure is held very steady at 4.9 in the lunar module. We're still showing a cabin temperature of 61. This is Mission Control, Houston.
AFC recovery, mileage, please. Yeah, dude. Capcom, can you, FAO, can you come up, Flight Director, please?
Howdy. Earlier last night, when we were given the command module a location for the LEM, we were given to him in the form of a P-22 update, and he stopped Capcom and said, just give me the coordinates, man. Don't give me all this time business and all that jazz. Now we're looking at figuring out some angles for him in the morning for liftoff. If he can find it, the site on the limb during liftoff. You want us to give you this in a normal pad form?
As I remember the comment, he was, they'd been sending him up comments like Charlie Point 7 and 7.6, which were coordinates on this grid. And Mike said he didn't want it in those, but he wanted it in Latin lawn.
Yeah, he was getting both. In other words, he was getting a complete P-22 update with the remarks giving the coordinates on that map. And the way I heard him was he just stopped and said, just give me that lat long period, and I don't need all that other jazz.
Well, I don't think there's any point in giving him the coordinates on his chart.
Oh, no, we're not going to give him that again.
Okay.
You want me to give you a regular P-22 update form then, which is time, T1, T2, north, south course, and all that.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, fine.
Surgeon, ECOM, and GNC, how does everybody look on the spacecraft?
Surgeon flight, there hasn't been any change.
Okay. ECOM, go. Yeah, your radiator are doing the right thing?
That's firm.
GNC looks good.
Okay. Ski still flashing?
That's firm. We won't see that either, Mike. If that occurred, a failure occurred on board, we get.
Yeah. You would not see it?
That's right.
Okay.
Flight procedure. Your playback will be on GOS 2, DSC voice playback from LOI 1.
Flight, Tom, we said LOS.
Okay, you okay for a checkpoint and recycle?
Affirmative.
LOS CSM flight.
GNC, okay. GNC, all right for a checkpoint?
Yes, nice one. Pilot, copy.
Will that bother us, ONT?
We go for it, flight.
Yeah, we'll go and network. Go ahead and recycle your CPs. Really, Vic?
Flight procedures.
Go.
That noise on Gus 2 is on the tape. It's that way at the site, okay? It's the way they recorded it.
Network, flight. Network, flight.
Calling that one.
Okay, you go ahead with your CP recycle.
Roger, flight. We need that. We're going to wait for some command histories to come in before we'll be ready for that.
Okay.
Flight computer, sir.
Go.
Fido asked me to get a checkpoint. I've got to hold off from there. I've got a problem with tape time.
Oh, okay. GNC flight, they're really not due till about 120 hours. But there's no harm in handing over early if you get him to, since he looks so wide awake and ready to go there.
Flight network.
Go.
We'd like to do that CP recycle in about 1 minute.
Okay. Go ahead.
Flight RTC.
Yeah.
FC mode, please. DPs are up. Thank you.
There was a plan to do that flight.
What happens to it anyway if they do turn it on? Does it, when you hit the abort stage button, it cuts it off?
Yes.
Can't even see the engine light off, huh?
Right. The way the plan was to leave it in PM for the remainder.
Okay. Hey, OMC.
Go ahead, Flan.
We have flunked this playback.
You want to do it again?
I guess so, but...
Like I say, the site reported, that's the way they got it on site, recorded.
Yeah, I've heard that story before. Okay.
Okay.
You can do whatever you want to with that.
Okay. Then
Lights Control.
Go, Control.
Hey, a few words on broken circuit breakers from Span.
Okay, we better get Lonnie up on,
Oh, okay, I'll just let Hal brief him on that.
okay.
President.
How about a little breakfast?
Well, good morning.
Yeah.
I thought you were upstairs in bed.
I've been sitting here on the console for about the last 6 or 7 hours.
My word.
I'll be home in about 20 minutes. Okay?
Okie doke.
Maybe 25 minutes. I'll be home.
Okay, fine.
So, I'll see you then.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Okay, Black Team members, the time has come. You ready down there, Mayor Welch? Affirmative. Okay, how about all your comrades in the back and in the front?
They're there.
Is that all you could say for them?
That's all I can say at this time.
It's not much of a recommendation. How about you, Fido?
Fido's go at this time, Flight.
Tell us, and for all our benefit, what do you plan to do about your plane?
Okay, we're going to attempt a rendezvous radar P-22.
What time?
Rev after this one.
What time?
Exactly.
122 about, huh?
Yeah, 122.
Is that right, FAL?
122.30.
Okay.
About 122.30, I think.
Okay, that's one rev before liftoff.
Yeah.
Okay, then what are you going to do?
In the event that I don't like that, we took out 2 miles or attempted to take out 2 miles during powered descent.
This is Apollo Control at 119 hours 51 minutes.
Yeah, we went 2 miles out of plane.
The report is the same as it has been throughout the rest period. All systems
Are you saying you wouldn't
in
use any of the landing plane estimates?
Eagle and Columbia operating very well.
You would not use them?
Well, the
Mike
landing point
Collins
estimates we got
asleep,
now are saying 2 miles.
Neil Armstrong
Okay, very close to 2 miles.
2 miles in the correct direction so that you're 2 miles back to be all right?
heart rate goes down into the sleep range, but then comes up out of it, hitting you, stirring around considerably.
Okay, if I can call them that. Okay?
Now, I do have a bit of a
Columbia's
problem
in its 23rd revolution now,
that is what landing site we put in the limb.
in an orbit 62 by 57 nautical
We're sensitive
miles.
to the platform alignment. You know, we have to have the right landing site.
Still holding 4.9 pounds per square inch, cabin pressure, 61 degrees Fahrenheit temperature.
Accumulate into a plane change maneuver.
The descent water quantity now shows 39.5%
what we attempt to steer out, but in any event, I do not
descent oxygen quantity 63%.
Is there any way that this can get in plane?
This is Mission Control, Houston.
The platform alignment?
Yeah.
That's affirmed by having a longitude error.
Okay, but we haven't had a longitude error, have we?
Stand by. Gravity align gets rid of that problem.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Guidance. Okay. What else?
That's about it. The orbits are hanging in there. The T12 time that went up on the block data is 1 second off. So we didn't update it. That looks real good.
Go.
As soon as we get past this time, I'm going to generate a preliminary nominal.
Say again?
We'll generate a nominal plan coming up here and take a good look at it after we get past this time.
Okay, are we going to do any more P-22s, or is this just going to...
That's what the rendezvous radar is, P-22.
I mean, that's a LEM P-22. Any more CSM P-22s?
I don't think so. I think it'll tell us the same thing the post-DOI, or pre-DOI one did.
FAO, have you worked out all this business to do the pass, the radar pass?
We're still working on that flight. We're trying to get the times and the pointing angles and that sort of thing through the computer.
Okay. This chair is too low.
Charlesworth chairs. Okay, plane change. Rendezvous radar test at 1:22:30. Fido from flight.
Flight Fido.
Okay, when all's said and done, I want us then to summarize for Buzz the best advice we can as to what he's going to be faced with on that plane change, okay?
Plane change during launch or after insertion?
After insertion. They're one in the rendezvous sequence.
Okay, well, in any case, Glenn, we're not going to know anything about the insertion plane change.
What do you mean the insertion plane change?
The plane change after insertion, during the rendezvous.
Yeah. What do you mean you're not going to know anything about it?
Not until after we get in there and get some rendezvous radar tracking data. Or sextant tracking. We're going to do the best thing we can to make that plane change zero.
Okay.
Okay, and that's what it probably will be, but we got no guarantee of that.
Okay. Retro, how you doing? TEI planning okay? Roger, please. Guidance from flight, let me go back to you a minute.
Go ahead.
Okay now. Would you summarize what you want done in the ascent phase differently and where we make those changes in the checklist? Control, would you stay on for this, please? You with me?
Go ahead, Mike.
Stay on here a minute.
Rod.
Steve, what
Okay. The only two things we want done is not to have the rendezvous radar on and not to have the tape meter driving. Now, Control has the points in the checklist the best time to turn the power off on the rendezvous radar.
And the pointer's not driving.
Yeah, the pointer's, he has the switch position. He explained it to me pretty well, just don't have
Control, where would you put those changes in?
Okay, I suggest flight on surface 61.
Surface 61. Stand by, I'll get my book out.
Okay,
go ahead.
It is conceivable that it would help us if we tracked 130 prime again like we did before DOI to help us get rid of our CSM orbit plane uncertainty.
130 primes, what is that?
That's a little crater on the edge that was tracked prior to DOI when we had to get the CSM orbit relative to the landing site. There's a certain amount of uncertainty in our CSM orbit now.
Plane uncertainty.
Plane uncertainty that we could get rid of if we were to do that in this same pass that the LEM's doing the B-22, and the attitudes should be compatible.
Copy that, FAO. You discussed this with FAO at all? FAO flight? Have you heard the suggestion from Fido for the CSM to track 130 prime on the same rev? Does that make the antennas compatible?
On the rails that we are trying to do the rendezvous radar?
Yeah.
Stand by.
Control flight, why don't you work that on another loop with him for a minute and I'll come back to you. Control flight?
Go ahead, flight.
Okay, where would you make this change?
Surface 61.
Yep.
T minus 17 minutes.
Yep.
We're closing the breakers to turn the RR on.
Yes.
Do not do that step, those two steps.
Do not do. Okay.
CB11 and ping, okay?
Okay.
That's my recommendation for that.
And then get it on post-insertion?
Insertion, I was just looking at that. One of the first things they do after insertion is turn the RR off, okay? AOS flight.
Flightycom, we got data, hi, Daniel?
So then we'd be in sync, huh?
So we should be in pretty good sync, looks like.
Okay, what are the other changes to the checklist that you have that we have to radio up this morning?
In regards to the RR?
In regards to everything. Where are these little pointers that we're
Okay, the tape meter, mode select switch.
Wait a minute, where are you in the checklist?
Okay, I'm just over here on page 59. It requires no change, however. Surface 59 says mode select is in AGS right now.
Oh, and is it left that way?
So that's the configuration at liftoff. So we're in good shape there, it looks like.
Okay, do we want to tell them anything like don't use pings?
Yeah, just forget about looking at it.
Don't use pings on the tape meter. Is that right?
That's the way I understand this fan request.
Is that right, guys?
Flight disk guide, that's what I'd say.
Don't use pings on the tape meter for ascent.
That's right.
Okay. This is a change here. Delete under the radar. Okay, now the other changes have to